All right, we are legal, so imagine that I'm rapping a gavel and we're underway. City Council Committee on Administration and Finance co-posts with Committee of the Whole will meet remotely on Thursday, June 18, 2020 at 6 o'clock p.m. for the purpose of discussing the fiscal year 2021 operating budgets and capital improvement plans. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, GL Chapter 30A, Section 20, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this committee meeting will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the city's website at salem.com. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video recording transcript or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, or provide comment during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Go to the website link zoom.us/join, enter the webinar ID 818-1530-2937, followed by the meeting password 462948 if directed to do so on screen. Participants can also dial a toll-free number at 888-475-4499 or 877-853-5257, toll-free to join the meeting. When prompted, enter meeting webinar ID 818-1530-2937 and follow the instructions to join the meeting. You can also watch this meeting live on SATV on channel 22. So our agenda is the fiscal year 2021 operating budgets and any capital improvement program projects for the following departments. Tonight we are doing the mayor, the legal, solicitor and licensing, human resources, admins, workers' comps, unemployment, group insurance, the city clerk, city council, elections and registrations, finance, assessor, collector, purchasing, admin and fixed costs, treasurer, admin, debt, assessments, pensions, Medicare, municipal insurance, enterprise funds, sewer, water assessments and debt, traffic and parking, IT, GIS, fixed costs, and capital improvement plans. These subcommittee meetings are held to take action for the purpose of making recommendations to the full council. We have all our committee members in attendance. Also present from the Committee of the Whole, let me look through the roster here and see and identify. We have Councilor Morcillo, Councilor Przniewski, Councilor Dibble, and Councilor McCarthy from the Committee of the Whole, all from the Committee of the Whole. And as I mentioned, all committee members are in attendance. This is chaired by myself, Councilor Turiel. So we will start. Is the mayor in here yet?
No, she's conducting the graduation ceremony for the.
Okay.
She'll be there momentarily. She's just getting logged in. Hold on.
Okay. Well, we will start our discussion with with the mayor going over the budget overview as a whole. And then we're going to start, just to give you guys the order, the initial order, we're going to start with legal and then do the city clerk's office. So, and then we'll move through the rest of it. When we do city clerk, we'll also be doing city council and elections because they're all tied in together. Last, as we traditionally do for those of you who are new to this, last in tonight's will be the finance department and the mayor's office because they're here for the whole duration regardless. So might as well do them last, and we'll try and get everybody through this and get all the questions answered as quickly as possible. So give this a moment until the mayor comes in, and as her chief of staff just said, she's trying to log in the next office over. Hopefully she'll be in momentarily, and then we'll get this going. So let's see. Councilor Flynn, you had a comment you wanted to ask, or?
I did, but while we're waiting here, if I could have just a moment of personal privilege.
Sure.
I I'd just like to say my heart goes out to the Dibble family over the tragic loss yesterday of Councilor Dibble's sister-in-law. My heart goes out to Steve and Jean, and I just want to let him know he's in my family's thoughts and prayers. And I'm sure on behalf of the entire city, everyone is thinking of the Dibble family right now. And just if we could have a quick moment of silence before we begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank
Flynn.
you.
Thank you. And yeah, that's that's just horrifying story that you shared with us yesterday. And, you know, I'm very sorry for you, what's happened with you, your family. Note, the mayor has come in. So without any further ado, I'll turn the meeting over to her for the moment and let her bring us up to speed on where we're at with this year's budget. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you so much. Apologize for being a little late. If you don't mind, I thought I would share my screen just to give you a quick overview. We normally do a little bit more of a budget presentation at the beginning of the meeting, but I will share with you this budget process has been different from soup to nuts. We have really worked hard over the course of the last 3 weeks to try and finalize numbers, but I still feel like this budget is very much a work in progress. We do not have certainty, or as much certainty as we typically have in a budget year. We would normally have a local aid number by this point from the state, or have pretty much zeroed in on what a local aid number will be. That is very much up in the air, with the state leaders not expecting to be able to give us a number until August, perhaps even September. The state will be adopting 1/12 budgets, and they've been very clear, somewhere between a 10 to 20% decrease in local aid is what we should be anticipating. I think we're at 14.2%, and I'll go through what that means to us. We're also working hard to try and better understand what our own local receipts will look like, what will happen with meals taxes, hotel taxes, building permit fees, much of the fees that we rely on as part of our local receipts, revenue packages to help us pay for local government. So as we talked about during our budget retreat, we think this is a budget that is going to need to be adjusted by the year. We're going to need to closely monitor what's happening quarter by quarter for both our own local receipts coming in and what might be happening with state and federal funding. And I will say we've had a lot of cooperation from employees and our collective bargaining unions with respect to trying to make reductions. So you will hear from department heads and myself around furloughs that all employees within City Hall are taking in city offices. Our teachers have agreed to furloughs, and our school department employees. We're still in discussions with some of our other groups about how we can make a shared sacrifice to make these numbers work. But public safety department, between police and fire, is down almost $500,000. Police alone is $300,000. General government is down, a decrease. It's not very usual that we present a budget to the city council where we're spending less than last year with respect to general government expenditures, and that would only be happening if we were able, by cobbling together cooperation from our employees, to give back. We still have fixed costs that go up. They're somewhat out of our control. So let me just share my screen. This is not very lengthy, and I'm happy to take questions about this, but let me share my screen so that I can just kind of go through a little bit of those in more detail. 1 second here. Okay. So as I mentioned to you, the local receipts, we fine-tuned these numbers from our budget retreat earlier. So local receipts, we're anticipating about a $1.8 million decrease. That is a 50% decrease in meals tax. I'm calling out some of what's generating here, and a 25% decrease in lodging taxes, a hit as well to building permit fees, and a few other areas, miscellaneous areas that are less. Happy to go through that, or Lori Giardella and I can certainly go through both of that in more detail. Local aid, we're anticipating close to a 15% decrease. It's 14% and change. That's $4.9 million. And we're also thinking, again, because building permits are not on the rise as they normally might be, that we're expecting about a $500,000 decrease in new growth. I want to call out the new growth a little bit, because where we typically will see the new growth change will actually be a year from now. So Deb Jackson, I think her budget's up this year, so she can explain this actually better than me, but how we capture new growth and how we capture property values is usually 12 to 18 months in arrears. So that's just the amount of time it takes for assessors to be able to fully catalog those new growth numbers and then apply it to a tax rate. You're always looking a little bit behind where you are in the current day. So if we see building permits down now, I also worry about new growth being impacted in the next fiscal year, in fiscal year 22 as well. So in total, there's about $7.2 million that we've estimated that we won't have in revenues that we would normally have, right? These would be state aid that normally comes in at least at par with what we received before, not a reduction. And then the numbers around our own local receipts and new growth. And as I said, I feel very uncertain about what's going to happen with any of these figures. So we will be monitoring things, and I could definitely see us coming back to you in the fall with either a worse situation or a better situation. We have said to all of our employee groups when we're meeting with them, we are taking furloughs. It's at least 2 days. For many employees, it's more who are volunteering to take longer furloughs. And with the school department employees, the teachers union and paras and whatnot, it's a combination of 3. Again, some units are a little bit less than that because of the number of days they work and the way their pay scale works. But for the most part, all City of Salem City Hall employees and school department employees, exempt employees, myself, department heads, senior staff, all taking furlough of a minimum of 2 days. We are still negotiating with our public safety unions. But you will see reductions on their budget due to a number of factors, cuts that we've made, positions that are being unfilled, et cetera, in those areas. So in order to make up this loss of revenues, we are looking at these budget reductions. It's a more austere budget, use of savings. So we are going to tap into just over $2 million in our reserve account, and then some enhancement of revenues. I know we have submitted, for instance, parking meters on Sundays. That'll bring in somewhere just south of $300,000. And these are some of the ways we're helping to balance the budget. We expect we'll probably have to hit the levy a little bit harder this year, but we're also going to be monitoring, again, where are we at in the fall. The counselors who have participated in the tax rate setting process in prior years know that we normally do try and take a portion of our free cash to lower the gross amount to be raised through taxation. The goal being, if we ended up with free cash at the end of the year, those are dollars that we either underestimated for receipts or expenses that we overestimated or came in lower than we thought they were, that we want to return some of those dollars to taxpayers to reduce the property tax burden. So I would expect we'd be in a position to do that again in the fall as we set the tax rate. So some of I'm just going to call out a couple of the expenditure challenges just to give you an idea. So we know we have $7.2 million in less money. Starting July 1, we just won't have those dollars to put towards city budget expenditures, but we know there are things going up. So retiree health insurance, employee and retiree health insurance is up almost $1 million at $800,000. Pension costs are up another $500,000. This is both our contribution for existing employees and retirees. And then debt service. When we buy things with capital, we need to pay some of the debt. That's up $200,000, and that's due to some smoothing. We know those numbers, depending upon how we finance our capital cost, can go up or down. So minimum, and this isn't everything, but a minimum, we have $1.5 million in new expenses. So if you put $7.2 million less and $1.5 million together, you can see we've got a gap of over $8 million. Some of the things that you should know that are not included in this year's budget that could pose challenges as we move forward are, we do not include any funding for retirement buybacks. When employees leave the city who are entitled to sick leave buyback or vacation accruals, things like that, we have typically tried to budget for that. We would ask people, are you planning on retiring this year, so we can budget for that. We weren't able to include that in this year's budget. It doesn't mean those individuals aren't entitled to it. It just means it's going to have to come from within those budgets. And it normally means there are longer delays before you can bring on somebody to replace them. And we also did not include any funding for new collective bargaining wage increases. So when we spoke with our unions, anybody who does not have a new contract is aware that we are not budgeting for anything. And unfortunately, given the pandemic and the hit to resources, we don't think we're going to be able to include any additional dollars for collective bargaining in this next fiscal year starting July 1. Now, we did, as I said, we asked our employees for sort of wage freezes and furloughs, and people have really stepped up to the plate to try and work with us. We do need to negotiate. I think we've got 8 of our collective bargaining contracts that all expire at the end of this fiscal year. That includes some of the larger ones, teachers, police, public safety, as well as AFSCME. There's a couple of unions that do have contracts still. I think School AFSCME and School Administrators Union, perhaps. So most of them are up, which means we have not incorporated any increases for next fiscal year in the budget to pay for new contractual agreements as we move forward. So I'm going to stop the share there. Any questions? I'm happy to go into my budget. I'm happy to take any general questions. And if Lori is on the line, which I hope she is, she can certainly, yeah, there you are, Lori, great. She can certainly answer anything that I can't as well.
Hey, does anybody have any initial questions for the mayor before we start moving into departmental budgets? Seeing, oh, Councilor Dibble, you have a question, not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the mayor can just very briefly explain what is the bottom line total between this year's budget and last year's budget? How much of an increase, decrease are we at? And if we can specifically talk about the non-fixed items. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Lori, could you provide the actual number just so I make sure? I've got a bunch of numbers on the bottom of my screen and I want to make sure I give you the right one. But I can tell you that that general government, those are sort of like city, while Lori's putting those numbers together, general government is down 8%, public safety, that's so $600,000 less for general government. That'd be your typical city hall expenditures. Public safety, how we categorize things, Steve. Public safety is down almost $500,000. Public works is down 286, almost $300,000. As I said, debt service is up. So we have tried to make reductions overall in terms of just sort of general expenditures. We are spending less this year than last year, just slightly. It's almost level funded. It's a change of 3.2%, including the enterprise funds. Lori, do you want to provide more details to that? Sorry.
I can put this on, I'll try to do the, hold on, just screen share.
Before she gets started with that, let the record reflect that Councilor Medora is also in attendance.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the 21 budget recap. Can you see this? It starts off with revenue at the top.
Uh-huh.
Because I can't see what you guys can see. I can just see what's on my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so as you can see, this schedule here will provide you with a summary of the revenues. The top section of it is property taxes and the tax levy. We're assuming we will be using some of the excess levy capacity of approximately almost $2 million, 1.975. So you can see that we projected new growth, as the mayor said, of about $1.2 million, and that was after discussions and review with Deb Jackson. She felt comfortable with projecting that number. Last year we had a very strong year, but generally, on an average, our new growth has been somewhere between $1 million and $1.2 million. But the last few years, the last couple of years were much better than that. So even though we're down, it's still a strong year to date. The local receipts are projected, as you can see, there are a number of local receipts, including excise tax, meals tax, that we're projecting to have 25% reductions or 50% reductions for next year. Come the fall, we can reevaluate that based on what happens over the summer months and part of the beginning in the fall. But as of right now, we're anticipating these reductions. And then cannabis sales, or cannabis excise, we projected that is one of the ones that we expected that to go up. And I'm noticing the percentage didn't pick up that formula properly, but so last year we projected $100,000, and this year it's at $500,000. And we expect that that number could be higher, but because the governor had closed and had closed those entities down, we felt it was safe just to go with this as a number for now. The interest on taxes, they're at about what they usually are. We went down slightly on that. In lieu of taxes, that generally comes in around the same thing each year. The ATG revenues for medical marijuana, that is at $400,000. We brought that up by $100,000 as well. Other departmental revenues, we brought that down by almost 16%. Parking fees, we reduced that by 50%. As you remember, in April and May, those revenues really went down to almost zero. And so it's hard to say what those numbers are going to look like. And then fines and forfeitures, that's another area where it really will depend on a number of factors, and we cut that by 25%. The Medicaid number we cut by 25% after discussions with the school department, and the miscellaneous recurring income, that's variable, but that seems like a reasonable number for next year. Then if we go down to the enterprise funds, those are based on actual expenses, and what the revenues will need to cover those expenses. This year, we have a full year for PEG Access, which is the new enterprise fund that was formed in September of 2020. That is for the cable access to the cable TV. We receive receipts from Comcast, and those revenues then in turn are sent to SATV for public access TV. So does anyone have any questions so far?
Lori, could I ask if you stop sharing for 1 second, because I think there might be a more succinct way. Some of those columns were a little hard to see, but Councilor Dibble, I want to make sure we are answering your question, and so that's a pretty good summary. But just to break it down a little bit more in just direct numbers, I think people can see my screen, right? So the difference between last year's and this year's budget is just over $550,000, $551,066. What you should know is that we have made significant cutbacks over what people have requested. And as we went through, fixed costs are up. So fixed costs are up $1.6 million in FY21. And our budget's only up $551,000. So you can imagine we had to make some significant reductions to department requests to try and keep our budget as close to level funded as we could. So it's a 0.32% change from one fiscal year to the next, or $551,066. It's over $4 million less than departments requested for what their needs would be. So we've had to make, as I said, some significant adjustments in department budgets, and we were only able to do that by working with employees to cut wages, frankly. So many people, myself included, are going to be making less this year than they made last year, and it's just a shared sacrifice that we're all making. And I really want to say, we talked about this during the school budget, that we are viewing this work as less about labor versus management and more about our community versus the virus, right? We have this pandemic, it occurred, we're all trying to work together to make sure services are delivered, but recognize that we have less dollars to do so. And I do want to commend our employees who rolled up their sleeves, are willing to give something back and work with us to make sure services get delivered, but also to make sure we're saving jobs. We have, as you know, an over 18% unemployment rate in the city. We don't need more people in the unemployment line, and we think this combination of working with our employees is one way that we can preserve the jobs that we need to do the work that's important, while also making sure the budget's balanced, which is ultimately the job that you and I share together. Hope that answers your question.
Councilor Dibble, you're still.
Just a quick follow-up, and I don't want to get the whole rhythm out of flow here. My budget book, Mayor, is missing these recap sheets and the budget overview. Perhaps everybody else is missing as well. I'm wondering the numbers that Laurie just shared and that you just shared, can all those spreadsheets be emailed to us maybe later tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, mine's. Go ahead, Dominic.
So those are submitted with the mayor's cover letter filing the budget for the June 11th meeting that came in late. So they should have been attached to the cover letter that summarized all those changes.
Very good, thank you.
Does anybody else have any other councilors have questions initially for the mayor? Councilman McCarthy, not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the mayor. Thank you, Mayor Driscoll. I just logged on a little late. I apologize. I picked up my budget book the other day and I kind of flipped through it, and it seems like, and I watched the school committee meeting the other night, and I saw, the different ways they addressed to try to save what amounted to be like 23 or 24 positions across the board, with how they collectively came together with regards to different, 2 or 3 day furloughs, or the different aspects that are all in. And when I flipped through the budget on the city side, I kind of I didn't go through every department, but I kind of just flipped through some different departments, and I looked at the mayor's department. I saw that you took basically what amounted to, when I divided it out, at 0.99, which is basically a 1% cut in your salary. And then I randomly picked a bunch of different departments, and it seems like everyone's taken with the 2 to 3 day furlough. And I understand all the rationale behind that, because if you go more than 3 days, then you enter into a potential for someone collecting unemployment, and we self-fund unemployment, so we'd have to pay back the 40%. So I understand all that, but is it indicative that every department in the city has given back those 2-3 days in order to save that basically 1% on salaries? Because we all know, everybody in the Hollywood squares that we've got going here realizes that, the biggest driver of the budget on top of fixed costs is personnel, and the personnel expenses. So is everyone basically toting the line and coming up with the 3 to 4 day furlough and 3 day furlough, and basically which works out to be a 1% cut?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We have worked really hard. We're still in discussions with some of our employee bargaining unions right now. Everyone in City Hall, library, across the board, schools have agreed to either a 2 or a 3. Some of it depends on workforce schedules and when folks are in and things like that. We're still in discussions with police and fire. At this point, we don't have an agreement there, but this is still a work in progress, right? The budget's in. There are reductions in their budgets. I want to call that out as well, in terms of positions not being filled and the like. But we're hopeful that we can reach agreement with everybody, and we're close. I think people have really come together. This is a pretty big deal to get our collective bargaining agreements to reflect reductions. People are making less money next year, who are up for contractual increases. We've been really clear that we don't have the money next year to provide any. So I'm grateful for the work, and I'm hopeful that we can make it a full team effort. But I'll also say police and fire have been working, right? While City Hall has been closed, our first responders have not had the ability to not show up to work. So we're trying to balance all that. I think overall we're happy. But so most, Counselor, if that answers your question, the vast majority. But we're still working on a couple of groups, and we're hopeful.
Counselor, you all set?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there are no other questions at this point, I'd like to start with our departmental hearings. And first, we're going to tackle legal. So for that, for those of you who don't know the process, usually this is a little different in the Hollywood Squares era here, but normally the mayor and the finance director will sit up at the table with the department head and answer questions and discuss the budget items for anybody, any of the members of the city council and or and non-members and members who are not on the committee to ask questions about departmental expenses and budget and so forth. So imagine for the moment that our city solicitor, the mayor, and the finance director are sitting at that big table. And we'll proceed. If you'd like to kick things off, Beth?
Sure.
Councilor Turiel and Beth, before you go, the Salem Prep is having a graduation ceremony virtually. I'm going to hop off for a few minutes, and I'll certainly come back on to do my budget. But I just wanted to let you know I'm going to take a quick pause so I can congratulate the graduates from our Salem Prep school, and I'll be back. Dominic,
no problem. You can drop off and come back in. You're last anyway.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, okay. Thank you. I'll see you shortly.
Thanks. All right. So.
All right. Thank you. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the department. This department encompasses both the legal department and the licensing board. We have one licensing clerk, we have a paralegal, we have myself, and we have Vicki Caldwell. She's 3/4 time, so that we have 4 employees within the department. As a department, we manage all of the licenses such as liquor, common victular, which is any restaurant with seating. We handle automobiles. We handle the licensing of fortune tellers. And most of our work, though, is related to the liquor licensing, and particularly lately, where we have been going through extraordinary measures to make sure that our restaurants open to the extent that they can, as safely as they can. You'll see a lot of the restaurants opening with outside seating, and I think we've done a great job with the team of folks helping us with that. The goals of our department are always to make sure that we defend the city's departments and our boards and commissions, as well as all of our staff. And we are striving to make sure that all of our liquor license holders are doing things that they should be doing. We work on various ordinances and legislation, rules and regulations for various boards. So there's a lot that we do with just under 4 people. You'll see in our budget that all of our staff are taking 2-day furloughs. In addition to that, my paralegal and our licensing book clerk are also taking voluntary 3-week furloughs. So Julianne is not in the office for the next 3 weeks, and then Melissa will go out 3 weeks in July. So you'll see that reflected in the salary line item. As far as the expenses go, you will see a slight increase from $50,000 to $70,000 in the outside legal services. That is a budget that has been typically funded through when we have litigation or some extraordinary expense. We often supplement the budget from free cash. This year, the mayor thought that we should increase that, by $20,000. We decreased a couple other line items. We eliminated the printing and binding. We reduced the office supplies. We do a lot more of digital saving. We don't do a lot of printing anymore. So we felt that we could reduce that particular budget. We reduced slightly the dues and subscriptions because we've gotten a better deal from our Westlaw subscription. And we reduced just by a little bit, by 1,000, our judgments from 5,000 to 4,000. We don't have a big budget, but we did make the cuts that we thought we could handle, and we increased where we thought we needed to. So I think this is a pretty lean budget. If anybody has any particular questions, I can answer those.
Any questions from members of the committee or members of the city council as a whole? Okay, Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you, City Solicitor, thank you for the great overview and very educational for myself, learning exactly what you're doing. Can you say that will you, with the cut that we anticipating every department is going to have, will you say that you will operate in a say capacity, or you think the cut is going to affect some of the services that you provide?
I don't believe that the cut is going to affect the services that we provide. No, Counselor. I feel comfortable with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll ask one question on the with all the details. I know there's a lot of work and it crosses multiple departments on all this outdoor reopening, all the changes, all the outside premises that work. I know all the the Board of Health and the licensing board have really kind of stepped up to work on this. How has the effort on that been from a legal perspective? Because I know there are issues in permitting the outside, usage and arranging for, whatever kind of access rights and stuff are required for that. And I know we're doing that everywhere.
Yeah. So the governor's order was provided the licensing board to amend liquor licenses without the traditional public hearing abutters notices. So what we did was we had a meeting of the licensing board, and the licensing board delegated to me and the other members of the committee the right to review and authorize the amendment of the expansion of outdoor dining. In addition to that, what I've done is drafted a license agreement with all the caveats and all the legal requirements for insurance and indemnification, so that those businesses that are using city property are entering into a license agreement with the city to use the space. And if they don't use it properly, then there are mechanisms in the agreement to revoke that. So we've worked great as a team. I have to thank Ray Joden from the DPW has been fantastic. Dave Kurcharski, Dave Greenbaum from the Board of Health, Kate Newhall-Smith from the SRA. It's really been a great collaboration, and we are getting things done, and I'm really, really happy with it.
Thank you for the info there. Any Councilor Medor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beth, could you explain the stipend of the licensing board member? Is that determined by statute or ordinance?
It is not. It's something that has historically been in the budget. It was in existence when I took over administering the licensing board, I don't know, 8-9 years ago. It's just something that's historically been there. I did not find anything when I looked years ago in the ordinance requiring it. Some of our boards get stipends, very few, and this happens to be one of them. I should mention that I did, one of the things that I did do, and I need to mention this to Laurie, is I did propose an increase, and that was supposed to have come out of the budget, Laurie, and it did not, I don't believe. So I think that's one of the things that we need to recommend to the council to cut, is to reduce that stipend for the licensing board members back down to the rate that it was last fiscal year. So I think Laurie could give you that number. Yeah, so last year, the rates were, we have 3 members, 1,300 for the regular members and 1,700 for the chair. So those numbers, budget that is here needs to be reduced, because I had proposed an increase to 2,100 for 2 members and 2,500 for the chair. So that needs to be, that number can be deducted from the salary expense line. I'm glad you reminded me of that. So that can be reduced, in my opinion.
Good.
Thank you, Beth. Yeah, that's the one thing that I noticed. And on top of that, I was wondering if any outreach has been done to the licensing board members in regards to taking a cut, seeing as everyone in City Hall is taking a voluntary cut, or not so voluntary, I guess. But have you reached out, has the department reached out to the board members?
I have not. We do have one vacancy right now. So I don't expect that we will have a new member until the fall. So there will be a natural reduction in that line item. But I certainly can reach out to Mr. Barrett and Ms. Greel about that. Certainly can do that.
Thank you.
So based on that, if a member of the committee wants to move that we reduce the salaries component solicitor personnel, which is page 8, which is section 8104, if we were to reduce that by $2,400, that would bring it in line to the prior year. So, Councilor Dominguez.
So move.
So Councilor Dominguez is moving to reduce the solicitor personnel budget by $2,400. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilor Riccardi. So, hold on. While I take notes.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. That this reduction is with the assumption that potentially that would come out of the licensing board. Is that
correct? The city solicitors, as the department head, has expressed the desire to do that. So this motion is to reduce by the corresponding amount from what was in the budget for FY21 to the rate from the budget from FY20, which she has already told us would be fine. So, and this is a case where we know how she intends to apply that reduction. So that motion was made by Councilor Dominguez and seconded by Councilor Riccardi. Any further questions from members of the committee on that? Seeing none, this is because we do have to do all our votes by roll call on this. So, let's see, I don't have one thing that we didn't provide was a roll call sheets for myself. So hang on one second. I don't have anything to record. I'm actually, since Madam City Clerk is here right now, she's in the meeting anyhow, so I believe she'll grab a couple slips to record this and then get me some that I can print out for future of these. One of the things we slightly overlooked in putting this together, so.
I'm coming.
Just email it to us. Councilor Dibble?
Yeah, Councilor Dibble's not a member of the committee, so.
Sorry. Hold on. Rewind. Great.
Councilor Flynn, you had a question?
It's not related to this once we're done with this vote.
Okay, not a problem.
Yep, thank you.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
yes?
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
And Councilor Torrio?
Yes. So with 5 members voting, all 5 are in the affirmative, the motion carries to reduce the legal personnel budget, solicitor personnel budget by $2,400. So
And if you can do like exact shoot.
I'm going to put that on the scorecard. Once I find it.
No, I need exactly what G.
So that gives us a total. 1 second. 306. So that gives us a revised total of 303,922.10. So that's the revised total to work with. Councilor Flynn, you want to go ahead with your question?
Yes, I had a question for the solicitor. Looking through I've been skimming through the budget since I got it. And I know this is a tight year. We're going to really have to sharpen our pencils. Every little bit's going to help. My question for your department was on the subscriptions and dues. I see it did get reduced a little bit, but regarding the publications and subscriptions, is that something in your opinion?
Yeah, Eileen M. Sacco at Gmail. Eileen.
Is that something that you think that we could count as a luxury, that we could either dismiss that $1,000 for the subscriptions and publications just for this year where it's a tight year, in your opinion? And this is to the solicitor.
Unfortunately, the way that Vicki and I are able to do our jobs is through these legal subscriptions. For me to conduct research, I use Westlaw. And for me to be able to look into what other communities are doing, we use the MCLE. So these are tools that are really important to us doing our job. So it's not like I'm getting a periodical or something like that. These are tools that we use every day. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately,
okay. No. Okay, I'm glad you clarified that you use these, and it's something that's not a luxury at this time. So I'm good with that. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Also, let the record reflect that Councilor Sargent is in our virtual attendance as well right now. So are there any other questions for the city solicitor from members of the committee or members of the city council? If there are none, I would ask a member to make a motion. Councilor Riccardi?
Yep, I move to approve the department budget of legal for the personnel budget of $303,922.10.
So Councilor Riccardi moves to approve the amended legal personnel budget of $303,922.10. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. I see seconded by Councilor Hapworth. All right. So, any further discussion? Seeing none on the matter of the solicitor personnel budget of $303,922.10. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll? I'll put the email in between. And we need to unmute her. Sorry.
Sorry, I thought I was only an attendee today.
Yeah, for the moment.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
And Councilor Torrio?
Yes. So on the matter of the approval of the solicitor personnel budget in the amended amount of $303,922.10, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. On the solicitor expenses budget, may I see a motion? Councilor Riccardi.
I move to approve the department budget of legal and solicitor's expense of $78,600.
Councilor Riccardi moves to approve the solicitor expenses budget of $78,600, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. Seeing no further discussion on that, Madam City Clerk, may I please call the roll?
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
And Councilor Torrio?
Yes. So on the matter of the solicitor expenses budget of $78,600, All members voting in the affirmative, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And then
Oh my God, Dominic is.
on the total, 1 second here. Oops, hold on. I had a typo. So leaving us with a total. Oops, hold on. It leaves us with a grand total for the department of 382,522.10. Do I have a motion on the department total? Moved by Councillor Flynn, moves to approve the department total of $382,522.10, seconded by Councillor Hapworth. Seeing no further discussion on that, Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll, and then I'll be printing out all these. I know.
I usually leave it unmuted, usually, sorry. Counselor Dominguez,
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
and Counselor Trio.
Yes. On the matter of the city solicitor departmental budget as amended of $382,522.10, 5 committee members voting, all in the affirmative, the matter carries. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
And then I just need a moment to print out a whole bunch of these.
Eileen Sacco has emailed it too, so she can call the roll as well if you need her to, or she has copies.
I can do it now that I have it, so.
Perfect. It's just not obviously.
They're all sitting out behind me.
Okay.
Oh.
While you're doing that, Counselor Trio,
Yes,
can I just interrupt for a moment and ask
absolutely.
Matt? I think one of the, Kathleen is having trouble getting in. She doesn't have a mic on her.
She looks like she has something that, whatever she's in on the phone or whatever.
She can hear and see us, but she has no mic on her computer, and for some reason, there's no phone number going in.
Okay.
So, and when they try the phone number that's on the meeting notice, it's not matching up to the ID, webinar ID. Matt?
I just got the word. I'm looking into it.
Thank you.
All right, so
Sorry about that.
well, we'll hold off on that department until we've got that technical issue solved.
Thank you. Sorry.
Meanwhile, Eileen, I gave you next up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So, before I begin, just wanted to say, obviously we know how challenging the upcoming year is going to be. And I really like to thank the mayor and the city council and the finance department for, their continued support and I appreciate, what they've done. So at this point that we don't have to lose any, staff members. So I just wanted to say thank you to them and also give a shout out just to my staff for their hard work, like everybody else during these times. We've been working the last 12 weeks at home and I'm at work. I'm very proud because there's a lot of city and town halls that were closed and we were able to take on other people coming in to get marriage licenses and still are able to service the public. And some of the staff even came in when they didn't need to. So I just wanted to thank them for all their efforts as well.
Yeah, and I will note for members of the council and the committee that this is section, the city clerk, we generally cover that on the city council side. And so that's section 2 and section 3. That's pages 811 through 832. So we cover ourselves within this department as well. So if anybody has questions for the city clerk, and this, I see Councilor McCarthy's found a more comfortable position on his deck.
Sun in your eyes, Counselor. So just as you know, the city council is so for out of this department is where we do most of our council work and legislative work. We have digitized all our council records going back to the 1800s. These are fiche. They're in the repository. It was supposed to be open to the public this spring, but due to the COVID, that hasn't gone live yet, but that has been all digitized. You know, not that we've been up there much, but we have the new audio system and the screen and the flat screen up there for presentations. Let's see, what else can I tell you? We are about to meet with Councilor Toriel and Matt on, you know, iPads and different software for the councilors. Unfortunately, that meeting was to be, you know, in the middle of March, right before all this, so that's been put on hold. And during this, we've been able to upload more of our forms and applications online for the public to use. And as the mayor has stated earlier, the city council as well as the mayor, there were the 14-hour, the 2-day furloughs or the 14 hours that were reduced on the council side of their salary. So that reflects, the budget reflects that on the personnel side. And on the expense side, there was a little a decrease in the advertising and printing and binding that hope to be able to work in, you know, within that. I just can't say for sure because of the ordinances and zoning and bond orders coming up.
Okay, if you could touch on, you know, we'll cover all the various functions and departments under you. If you could touch on some of the elections issues and what you're forecasting here as well.
Would you mind for we one department at a time, or do you want me to do more of an overview?
I think I would personally prefer to go through the overview of all the various things under your bailiwick, and then you know, and then we can, if anybody wants to drill down into specifics, we can do that. But that'd be my preference. So.
Okay. So let me go to elections next. Okay. Bear with me a second. I had these separated out. So, where to begin? I've been listening to and watching the House and Senate hearings on the new election laws that are being introduced and adopted for the upcoming fall elections. There are many, many changes. They're pushing for the mail-in ballot for September and November. They've extended and added early voting to the September primary. That wasn't originally happening. They've added 7 days to that. Saturday, Sunday, and 5 days during the week. Early voting for November had also been expanded. Instead of the 14 days, and now 17 days is going to be starting on Saturday, the 17th of October, and going all the way until October 30th. You know, still waiting to hear how it's all going to be implemented and costs involved. I have reached out to a couple of groups right now to see if they would be in a working or advisory committee with me in terms of handling all the influx of the mail, because for 2.5 staffs out in the election office, that is going to be a pretty tall task to have. Usually where most I've ever done in my 20 years are about 2,000 absentee ballots for a presidential election, and that was very time consuming, so I can't imagine thousands and thousands of mail-in ballots. Let's see, what else can I tell you on that? So obviously there's concern there, but just reaching out to my, Senator Lovely, been in touch with Senator Lovely and Rep. Tucker about these changes. And I have an appointment with the mayor on July 1st to discuss some of these new election laws. Don't know how the expenses are all going to work. I'm going to need more poll workers. I'm looking into all different avenues right now for that. We were to have a demonstration. My board of registers, we are going to have a demonstration on new voting equipment in the end of March. That obviously had to be canceled because nobody could come into the building then. So that so my expenses are unknown. A lot of that I was already upping my poll worker expenses just due to on the presidential. So that will be a mystery. What to say on the city clerk side. Again, as Laurie knows, Maureen's salary has to be corrected on there, but her reduction, besides the 14 hours, she has taken 1 week voluntary furlough as well. So that is a question, just to make sure that her salary is corrected in some form. And I'm just also, so I'm just rambling, but if anybody wants more detail, let me know.
Hey, Councillor Hapworth has a question.
Just a question. It looks like, I don't know if it's a question or a statement, but it looks like in the elections, the only, I guess, controllable expense or semi-controllable expense is the poll workers, and that's where really the only place the reductions were made. Is it? I don't know that it matters at this point, but in your opinion, is that feasible to run these elections on that budget there? And I know we can't add anything to this anyways at this point, but it's just, it looks like it was sort of cut to because it was the only place that you could cut. When I don't know if that's even to run these elections in a presidential year. I wonder if that's even possible. So from your
well, that's difficult to say. My proposed budget was a little higher based on the presidential election and early voting for that, and training and extra hands needed for processing. So now that the state is promulgating new laws and the state, some of that cost is going to be taken up by the state, it's hard to say what I now can put under COVID-19 to what I needed before. So it's difficult to decipher that at this point.
How many fewer poll workers does that equate to?
How many I normally have, or I'm sorry.
You asked for $74,000, and it says 55,000 here. How many poll workers is that equivalent to? I don't know if you know offhand. If you don't, that's fine. I'm just curious.
I have that. So in each precinct, I usually have 9 people times 14. So about 140 people is what I use to staff election day only. And then early voting, I usually have about 9 people a day. So it depends how many days that was going to be on. So that what I had was doing my budget based on that was the 9 people for September election without early voting, the 11 days of early voting, and the 9 people on the actual election day, plus some extra help for a presidential election. So that's where the 74 came from originally. So with the 55 is a manageable. It's not what I asked for, but at the same token, that the state may pick up some of these costs now that I had put into the budget, but we might be able to offset it.
Okay.
Yeah, ultimately, this is an expense where it kind of is, it's going to be what it is. And if it's budgeted, if it's all covered in the budget, great. And if it's not, we're going to still wind up paying it. So one way or another, and hopefully the state will pick up some of it. So I see Councilor Riccardi, you had a question? And then Councilor Dominguez, and then Councilor Madore.
Yes, thanks. So do you want me to just focus on election or just do
whatever you're looking to get answered.
Thanks. So I threw a lot over to Eileen earlier, but I do have a couple follow-ups. And I think just to ping off of what Councilor Hapworth just mentioned about election day staffing, I'm definitely also concerned about it, mostly because there's also now the requirement of early voting for the primary. So that's not even included in your budget now. But one thing I will say is it does look like the staffing of actual election day might be able to be reduced a little if there's not the check-in workers requirement. So there was a lot in that order, and hopefully there can be some assistance because there is a lot that was added, and I'm also concerned about that. I think that was really the big comment I wanted to make on election. The other question was, and I'm glad Councilor Madore asked this for the solicitor's budget, because I wasn't aware that members of the Board of Registrars received a fee as well. So I'm curious, kind of a similar question, if that's an ordinance or if it's just how it's always been, and if that has been discussed with the board.
It has been discussed with the board. I asked them if they were willing to, do the furlough or, or cut or anything like that. And they are all, although it's not a lot of money, they were willing to forgo the stipend. I believe it is a Mass General law, so I would have to just look into that. But I don't see. So I prefer to just double check. I believe it could be cut, but due to the Mass General law, it's always been in place. But I can't see why it couldn't be.
So they did offer up cutting it if it's
necessary, yes.
Technically able to do so?
Yes, I did reach out to the three of them.
Okay. So I guess I don't quite know how we could.
If you'd like to, cut it with contingent, just confirmation that that's something that's I can do based on the MGL, I can certainly maybe do that.
Well, I'll cut in here on this one a little bit. So it's a fairly, just to go into the detail on it, it's because it's a very small amount overall for them. We're looking at 700 and 750 as a, we're looking at approximately $2,000 total in compensation for them. Given some of the other things that we're dealing with, we'll see what the will of the committee is. My own preference would be to leave this small an amount in there, and if it turns out that they are able to go without it, we can always sweep that back into free cash in the budget, and we can then allocate that elsewhere as needed as the year goes on, or move it appropriately. So that would be my preference, but we'll see whatever the will of the committee is on that.
If I may, Chair, I guess a follow-up question to that would be, so then if that would be leaving it in the line item for the budget this year, would that then just automatically, I guess, roll into, even if it does go into free cash over the year, because yes, it's a small amount, but that is definitely would cover a few poll workers for the day, as we just learned. And then would that kind of have it be a line item for the next year and the next year and the next year? Is that, I guess, depending on whether or not it is Mass Gen law requirement.
And I guess, and that's where the question lies on this. It's, I believe there is some sort of compensation as part of MGL on this. I'm not 100% certain, but I think I remember seeing that there is compensation for your Board of Registrars, and the amount is not set by state statute, but at the same time, if they voluntarily were to forego it, then that's available then within personnel budgets within that department as needed for elections, and as well, it could, if it's not claimed, it can go into free cash and be used elsewhere within the budget, whether it's for city clerk poll workers or whatever other needs there are.
The other option, I guess, could be asking to go in front of council to transfer from salary line to expense line. that's an option if we wanted to go to the full workers' account.
Yeah, on our vote, we can't move something, we can't increase a expense line, so
But I could do that at a later
you
point.
could do it, yeah, you could request that as a transfer.
Okay, that makes sense.
So,
And, oh,
yeah.
sorry.
No, go ahead. You still have the
Sorry,
floor.
Chair. Thank you. Another question, Eileen, with the elections through the chair, because I know that this is probably going to be a big expense you have coming up. I wanted to just hear a little bit more about the tabular machines that you use for voting and kind of if you could explain, I guess, the issues and how they're aged, and it would be a big expense that we should be seeing soon.
Sure. So as I stated earlier, we're going to have some demonstration on some new equipment. Originally, my plan was to invest in new equipment, but due to talking to my board after the last local election with the recount and that type of thing, and to show how accurate they were, we didn't want to change into new machines or go with a new product right with the big presidential election. But however, now that the election law will allow us to tabulate as ballots are received, the AccuVotes that we have, there's no type of high-speed scanner to go with that. So I've been reaching out to the company that I use in terms of getting additional tabulators to do that, or memory cards. There isn't much left in terms of AccuVotes. They're not making them anymore, but I want to be able to take advantage of tabulation, early tabulation. So, but I do have Jenna, I don't know if she's on there. I do have a voting CIP for voting equipment has been put into the CIP, which I believe is coming up at another time to invest for next year, which will still be this fiscal year 21, to purchase at least 16 new machines at a cost of like right around $100,000.
Well, actually, if you could speak to that for a moment, because we do cover CIP requests within the budget, the department meeting.
Unless Laurie has, I don't know if Jen is there, but I did have that request when I looked at the CIP bonds that came in late file on Thursday. I didn't see it there, so I reached out to Jenna to ask her about it, and I give you her response was because I asked her about that, and she said something about they'll make sure that they flag it in the process of looking at additional funding requests for approval as required, because it was supposed to be done in mid-year. So I just want to make sure that, I mean, obviously with the budget crunch, a lot of the CIP projects were not approved, but I am hoping that it will still come in at some point in time, whether a short-term bond or not. I was putting some money towards that machine. I don't know if I will have the amount that I had thought I would have to do it, since I might be using some of that for the upcoming elections.
Okay.
So I don't know if it is, it didn't look like it appeared in our CIP bond, but that might be addressed through the mayor or something.
All right, thank you. I recall Councilor Dominguez had a question, or are you all set? Sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't realize you had more.
So that was it for elections and the clerk. And I just wanted to also say and repeat the thank you. We appreciate everything. And I, for one, know how hard those two offices work. I saw it firsthand. I did have a question for, I guess, the council budget. So I see that we do have like the small 4% or 4-day reduction. If we wanted to do additional reductions or added decreases, would that be something that Councillor Terrell just mentioned that we could do throughout the year, or would it be something that would be done now? Or I don't know if it was strictly the 4 days because it's tied to the mayor's salary and it would require an additional ordinance to do anything more than that, or if that could be explained a little further, that would be great.
My take on it, and the city clerk can certainly speak to it as well, is our salary is set by statute as a percentage of the mayor's salary. So if the mayor gives up X percentage, then we give up that same percentage automatically. If we were to actually vote to change our pay, that wouldn't take effect until the next period, or until the next period after the next election, because we are not allowed by law to vote on our own salaries in a session that we're in the current term. So that's taken effect with increases in the past. I believe that also would be the case with decreases. Any members, I know, for instance, our Councillor Flynn is unable to take a salary because of his other city job. I'm pretty sure he prefers his paycheck with the fire department to the paycheck he'd be getting here, and he has to pick one, having two jobs. So, and in the same vein, if any members of the council want to give out or want to skip their paycheck for any period longer than that, then that's an option that they can certainly take, which they would then make with human resources.
So in terms of the salaries, just as basically when you got your books, I wasn't sure what they were going to look like. So as Councilor Toria explained, it is the 14 hours, the same that the mayor's budget was that they did for the city council. I did submit, different options to the finance department because I told you when I polled the councilors, and some were willing to take a week furlough, some were willing to do more. So I gave those options, but I think they were just trying to be, across the board, the equity across the board on that. But in the past, I've known councilors when the mayor has taken an increase, going back to Councilor Laura Swanson, she never took that increase, so her salary is always less. So I know that it has been done in the past. So it's the will of the body.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez, you had some questions?
I'm sorry.
Okay, never mind.
This is my last one. I'm sorry, this is my last one. So the printing and binding, and briefly we went back and forth on email on that, but the line item for printing, I just know that with all of this virtual work, besides these amazing binders that we just received, the paper and the binding and everything has been virtual the past 3 months. And I'm wondering if there are certain items that we do print and provide in the nice printed book manner, if there's something that we could possibly move virtual, if that would be a cost savings at all.
So the budget books are done from finance. They're not part of my budget. The most that we use for the printing and binding is really for our Unicode vendor to put all the ordinances online and hard copies and put them online as they are passed, and then updating the whole website, the Salem.com Unicode website. The one thing that I won't be doing this year is printing the spiral manuals to save some money. That's usually about $3,500 to $4,000 in cost. So I'll just be updating them and putting them online this year. But the Unicode bills are tied to how many, again, ordinances passed from the city council. Zoning ordinances, traffic ordinances, code of ordinances. I can, as I mentioned earlier, I can look into reducing the hard copies. I did already once. I can see what any cost savings would be to reduce them further.
I guess I just get confused. It seems the categorization of printing and binding, where it's more of like a subscription service with the online municipal code service. That's, I think, where my confusion lied. So thank you.
It used to all be hard copies until, maybe
gotcha.
Recent past, so.
And that's it. Thank you.
Take your word for it for now. Councilor Dominguez, now you're up. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor Riccardi touched some of my questions and comments that I have. I also wanted to thank the city clerk for a great job that she's eventually doing. And I'm worried on the cut that we seen throughout her department, that we might be affecting some of the good performance that she's doing on trying to get people involved in election. And I had to say that, especially for a community that need a lot of education, she's been doing a great job. I just want to ask her, in some case that cut that we have is eventually nobody have control of this, but do you see any of these program that you started doing with the whole city impacted by this cut? And I also wanted to ask you, I mean, you don't have to, but in the event that you see that the cut that you made are not really appropriate to continue to function, especially in election, which is, we had the presidential election this year, which is going to be very important. Will you, and I think that you touched out when Councilor Ricardo asked you, will you be able to transfer some of the fund to election, and which one of those items might be transferable that you think that can be not necessary because they're all necessary, but can be at least postponed until the economy come back to normal?
Well, to answer maybe your first question there, I don't see it affecting any voter education. That's just me, my own time. So I have no problem once we can gather or do Zoom to continue voter education, like I did, last year down at Espacio to talk to a group of people. I don't see that being affected. In terms of I reached out to the Latino Coalition, the League of Women Voters, and Civic Engagement at the SSU, and I will probably reach out to the Commission on Disabilities as well, trying to form a little group to work with me in terms of help to so we don't lose voter turnout, and just to work with me in terms of getting everybody involved and going from there. But again, it's hard to say on the dollar side what it will end up being, but whatever I can get through the state, that's where my attempt will go. Does that answer your question, Council?
Yes, it does. But do you anticipate any any resource allocated to any emergency? God forbid, in the next election, we need to do another recount or any other type of legal matter. Do you have any idea or having any item allocated to that? I know it's not really preventable.
I guess the short answer is no. The long answer is if I need to come up with it, I look into all my accounts, and it depends how much it costs. But I do have some money that I could use towards that, but not exact. Obviously, we know what the last bill was. I hope, God forbid, it doesn't happen, but that would just have to be handled as it comes. But
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Medor, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions have been covered.
Okay, thank you. I saw Councilor Riccardi just tagged in, said she had one more to ask.
Thank you.
In continuing the tradition of lots of questions from Ward 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a super minor line item that I just noticed, and I was just wondering if there were any midterm inaugurations in the next fiscal year that would require ceremony.
No, I believe one of my original submission to finance was to take money from there to move it somewhere else. But they were kind enough to put something in there in case something is needed and possibly, to be used for something else. I don't foresee anything come January. It's just a midterm inauguration, so it can just be a regular meeting.
So I'll say that's a item for the benefit of Councilor Carter. Anything else? That's an item. If we have concerns because it's under city council expenses, if we have any costs that are in there under, and particularly the advertising or the printing, the $500 can be used for those, because just to remind everybody of the rules, within a particular budget area, money can be moved from one item to another just within the departments on their own approval and just coordinating upstairs. The where city council approval is required would be a transfer from one area to another, like from expenses to personnel or vice versa, or from, say, city council expenses to election expenses would be an interdepartmental transfer, which also requires city council approval. But within that area, so if the body would like to remove that, they can. Otherwise, the city clerk can use that for for advertising costs or printing and binding costs or supplies costs, and not have to come to the council for further authorization during the course of the year. So with that, I would leave it up to the committee as to what to do with it. Any other questions from members of the committee or members of the council this time? Or seeing none, are there any motions that anybody would like to make, or to make any changes, or for approvals? And if so, there are 3 sets of them that we have to go through. So, Councilor Dominguez.
I make a motion to approve the item related to the one that you just mentioned. I forgot.
That would be City Council. That'd be page section 814. City. We start, because the order that these are in, with City Council personnel and then City Council expenses, and then we would go to City Clerk personnel expenses and then to City Clerk elections.
So I make another
first one would be 814.
City Council personnel. 14.
158, 542, 31 would be.
Yeah.
So Councilor Dominguez moves for approval of the City Council personnel budget of 158, 542, 31, seconded by Councilor Hapworth. So seeing no further discussion on that one, I'll take the roll. Councilor Dibble has a question, although he can't vote. Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I shut off my video a little while ago trying to track down the pages that I was talking to the mayor about. And then I thank Dominic for sending them out just now. I just received them. I'm wondering if we could just back up for 1 second here, and maybe Deb Jackson can answer the question. But I'm wondering what the overall impact of this year's budget versus last year's budget to the taxpayers of the city, and what will happen to our
Can we, Councilor Dibble, can we save that? We'll be hearing her shortly.
But it affects what we're going to do here right now. So I'd like to get that answered very briefly, if we can, so that
I'll indulge it.
Suggestion.
I'm happy to try and provide an answer to Councilor Dibble. I think, as many of the veteran councilors know, when we set the tax rate, we do that in the fall. So we prepare this budget, and then in the fall, we determine how much resources from revenues that have raised, which we've outlined in the recap sheet, along with new growth numbers, and dollars that we're going to take from free cash to try and reduce the gross amount to be raised through taxation. So I think Deb Jackson is on as well, and Lori Giardella. It's really hard to say today exactly what that tax increase is going to be. What I can tell you, Councilor, is this is the lowest increased budget we've ever had. So the budget increase is $500,000. And if you look at what our increases have been in the past, and I'll be happy to put up a 10-year average. I can go through my files and get it. We've tried to make sure we're not hitting homeowners over the head. We recognize that property values are increasing, and we've tried to be as judicious as we can. So we're hoping to keep this tax rate modest as well, but it's really hard to tell you exactly what's going to happen in the fall when we don't know final new growth numbers, we don't know final local aid numbers, And we don't have an idea of even where property values are 100% going to be. I can tell you on average what that number is. If you give me a few minutes, I'll go through the slide that we have that shows the 10-year average, and you can even look over the last 3 to 5 years. In general, we've tried to be very judicious, and that's why we've taken those resources to put it to reduce the gross amount to be raised through taxation, and very competitive in terms of surrounding communities, I think, from a comparison perspective as well.
Mr. Chair, if I can continue.
Yes, please. Make it brief, though, because we're in the middle of this other section. So.
Yep, I hear you. I tried to take it up under the mayor's, but the information was not readily available. So thank you for entertaining this now. Mayor, thank you. I was looking for an approximate estimate for the residential tax bills that will go out this year versus last year. I've heard from a lot of people that they can't afford their rents, they can't afford their mortgages, they can't afford their tax bill that they have now. So I'm curious, a ballpark number, how does it compare this year versus this coming year?
And just to be clear, I cannot give you that number, Steve, until we go to set the tax rate. I don't have final estimates for any of the items that we talked about, new growth or local aid. I'm not trying to be evasive or not provide you an answer, but I don't want to provide you an incorrect answer either. When we go to set the tax rate as a council, we can sometimes shift the tax rate. We have to weigh values, and we have to weigh how many local resources we have to address the revenue needs that we have as a community. And I don't have clarity on that right now. What I can tell you is the budget is going up, the most modest sum it ever has. So I hope that we'll be able to continue to keep property taxes as low as possible, and that increase as low as possible. Some of that is driven by property values. We've had property values escalating as well. But we're doing everything we can to try and hold the line, but I don't want to give you a specific number or a ballpark and have it be wrong. This year in particular, I think it's really hard to predict because of all the uncertainties.
Well, without having those numbers or even a ballpark number, Mayor, how do we realistically make intelligent cuts to this budget, should we have to?
Yeah, so I would say to you, Counselor, that I see your job as determining what you think we are expending and if you think it's excessive or not. And if you think it's excessive, then you can certainly try and reduce it. We've done everything we can, I think, each and every year, but again, this year in particular being the year that it is, to ensure that we're giving you a budget that is as austere as possible, because we know there's a challenge with resources. I'm a taxpayer too, just like you. We want to try and keep everything as reasonable as possible. And if you look at over the last 10 years, and if you give me a few minutes, I'll be happy to pull that up for you. I think we've done a really good job of keeping Salem as affordable as we can at a time when property values are really rising pretty quickly. But you saw the fixed costs. You've heard from a couple of budgets. You'll obviously hear from others. I don't think there's fat in our budget. We really work hard to make sure that these resources are things that benefit our community. They're being used to, help provide services that people want. And the struggle is just trying to come up with an alignment now when we know we've got a whole other 6-7 months to go before we set that tax rate.
Is it possible, in my final comment, Mr. Chair, is it possible to get a guesstimate from you before we actually take vote on this budget?
Yeah, let me pull up the 10-year trend and you can see that. I'd like to think we can stick with the 10-year trend, and that will give you, that will give you an idea. We have worked really hard to keep Salem taxes affordable. We're significantly below the levy, even with the increase that even with the loss of revenues that we have, we still have excess levy capacity. So we are not taxing people to the max. We're trying to do our best to, use the resources that we have judiciously.
Deb Jackson, the assessor, has something she wants to chip in. Also, hi, Stella. I saw her pop up behind Councilor Riccardi.
It's not bedtime. Yeah.
Deb, you're on mute. If you can unmute, there you go.
Just a couple things to add. I'm just looking at Essex County, all of Essex County that we share as assessors for 2020 tax bills. The average increase for Essex County last year was $241.44. Salem last year, the increase, this is actually 2 years ago, was about $75. So we were well below the average. The year before, we were $212. So, close to the average then. One thing that just sort of as a footnote in particular to this, I have an extra $9,000 that I've added into my budget this year because we're trying to get significant more money from the utilities. We don't know 100% sure that we'll get it, but we may even be able to get maybe even 100, 200,000 more from utility growth that isn't in the 1.2 million. So those are numbers as far as income that would probably well keep us in that average, if not lower than that. And
another thing that I'll add in as well to this is the biggest unknown right now going forward is going to be what state aid turns out to be, because they have not set that state budget and they don't have a lock on that yet. Also affecting that will be whatever further relief efforts come through the federal side. And if in fact if any version of what has already passed the House of Representatives and now the Senate has indicated that they will in fact take up after all, because the request came for the administration to do so, that may result in money to relieve some pressures on the state budget, which in turn will pass to local aid. So again, this is a case where we can't go on forever about what we do not know. We have to work with the information that we have and try to prepare the city budget as best as possible. And then try and put all the pieces together as the year ends and as the fall begins and as the free cash is certified and state aid is final. And again, the objective is going to be to keep those numbers as low as possible. So with that, we're not going to continue down this route, tonight on this. We're going to focus on the departmental issues. I appreciate having some of these questions, but we're getting into things that we simply nobody can know at this point for certainty. And this is all the budget figures are based on best estimates and what information we have from the state thus far. So anyway, with that, I had initially the motion on the floor was for approval of the city council personnel budget in the amount of $158,542.31. That motion was made by Councilor Dominguez and seconded, I believe, by Councilor Hapworth. So if there are any further discussion specifically on that, we could do so. Otherwise, I will call the roll for that item. So seeing none, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, Councilor Turiel, yes. So with all 5 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative, City Council personnel budget carries. The next item would be City Council expenses. And do I have a motion on that? Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the City Council expenses budget in the amount of $45,365, seconded by, I believe, Councilor Flynn. So seeing no further discussion on that. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So 5 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, the matter carries. And I would ask for a motion on the departmental total. Departmental total motion to approve made by Councilor Dominguez, seconded by Councilor Flynn. Seeing no further discussion, the department total of $203,907.31. Hold on. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the overall city council budget of $203,907.31, 5 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. We now go from there to page 821, city clerk personnel and city clerk expenses. Let me just make this note.
Councilor Toro,
Yes.
before you take the vote on the city clerk personnel expenses, I didn't know if Laurie could clarify or how the salary for the assistant city clerk will be taken into account or rectified. Just hate to vote on something that I just want to make sure that there was an incorrect number, and I just wanted to see how that gets fixed, or just clarification for you before you take your vote.
Yeah, please.
Sure. So we're reviewing the budget. As you know, we didn't have very much time to pull all of these numbers together and finalize them. So there are a couple of things that were missed, and this is one of them. And we will be reviewing those with the mayor, and I imagine there will be a request for an increase in appropriation, and we'll identify what the funding source is at that point.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure they were aware. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that from Councilor Dominguez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That figure that we're talking about on the increase, Madam City Clerk, is any way known by any number that we can see it in anywhere, or just something that needs to be adapted when you
It just needs to be adjusted. We know what the additional amount is.
Okay.
Okay. Any further, Councilor Dominguez?
If we're ready, I would like to make a motion to approve the
personnel
of $301,393.76.
Okay, Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the city clerk personnel budget of $301,393.76. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilor Hapworth. Sorry, I didn't see Councilor Flynn wave his hand first. He moved over to the other side of my screen suddenly on me. So no further discussion. I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the city clerk personnel budget of $301,393.76, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. If I see a motion on city clerk expenses, Councilor Flynn moves to approve city clerk expenses, the amount of $11,150, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. No further discussion on that one. I will call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the matter of the city clerk expenses budget of $11,150, all members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And for the department total of $312,543.76, I have a motion on that one from Councilor Dominguez, moves to approve the department total of $312,543.76, seconded by Councilor Flynn. So to call the roll on that, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the department total of $312,543.76, all members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. City council elections and registrations then moves to page 828. For any further questions or discussion. Hang on, I'm just gonna grab, where did I have, here's the roll call. Just have to cross out the people who aren't on the committee so I don't call them out by mistake. Do I have a motion on city clerk elections personnel? Councilor Dominguez.
Before I make a motion, I would like to quickly maybe ask a quick question to City Clerk on
Absolutely.
we know the census is every 10 years, and it's already on a way. To what level of expenditure you are right now, based on the fact that the pandemic came in the midst of the census going on? So you have any idea where you are right now?
The last time I looked at the response rate map for the average of the state of Massachusetts versus Salem, I believe it was just slightly lower than the average of the state. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, I haven't been able to do as much outreach as we were hoping to do. Hopefully that will start back up again. I thank you for asking that question. I do have some things in mind to, go forward with it once we can do more with gatherings and the local, I guess, partners, you can call it. So in terms of that, in terms of expenses, there's not really any involved, but just in terms of manpower, as you know, the enumerators had to be, they couldn't go forward with going door-to-door knocking and all the things that we had planned, and hopefully we will be able to do that in the near future. There has been an extension to October, I believe, for counting everyone, and I have banners and things like that to send out to the councilors, put on their web pages and such. And I've been in touch with the New York Census Office in terms of different questions and options, what we can do.
If I may, let me ask a follow-up question. Do you have any information that the state or federal government have any way to extend the period based on the fact that the pandemic might slow down and maybe some people might not be able to be counted? Do you hear anything from them?
Yeah, on the federal level, I believe, like I said, it was been extended to October, if I recall. It's been a little bit since I last looked, but I believe that was the last extension instead of July or whenever originally. So it has been extended by that, but that's per federal government. Those are based on.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on the election side? If there aren't any, then if somebody wants to make a motion. Councilor Dominguez.
Make a motion to approve the personnel collection for the 21,500.
It's 131,206.96 is the amount.
206.96.
Yeah. So Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the city clerk elections budget of 131,206.96, seconded by Councilor Flynn. So all those, well, I'm sorry, I need to call the roll. My bad. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So 5 councilors voting, all in the affirmative on the matter. Matter carries. Next, I would see a motion on the city clerk elections registrations expenses. Councilor Flynn.
Yes. Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the city clerk elections registrations expenses at $89,100.
You, seconded by anybody? Councilor Hapworth. So Councilor Flynn moves to accept the city clerk elections and registrations expenses at $89,100, seconded by Councilor Hapworth. I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the matter of the city clerk elections and registrations expenses budget of $89,100, 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And for the total departmental total of $220,306.96, can I see a motion? Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the departmental total of $220,306.96, seconded by Councilor Riccardi. So I will Roll. Counselor Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth.
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the matter of the departmental total of 223,0696, all five counselors voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. Thank you. I think that covers Eileen for the night, and
Thank you.
thank you. Cody, we'd be good tonight?
I get to leave. Sorry.
Also, before people cut out, she's already cut out, but, it's perfect timing as far as my highlights. We'd like to thank Councilor Riccardi for being here on her birthday. So,
happy birthday.
We'll send you a virtual cake at the moment or whatever have you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, and Councilor McCarthy turned on his camera to applaud you. So there you go.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. So we will go next to, we'll do collector's office next, and then we'll do human resources. So we'll work our way through. So let me just get to that tab. I have to find the tab. 839 is the collector. I can see Bonnie there, so.
I'm here.
Bonnie, if you want to chime in and.
Sure. We've done really great during the COVID-19. We have a still very high collection rate. We haven't had much issues with any of the real estate. I think best case scenario, we have about 700 bills that are still outstanding, and we actually gave people to the end of June to pay them. Not many people have actually asked for payment plans or anything at this point, so I don't know if it's going to affect them more once August comes, but everything has seemed to flow quite well through the office, with most things being done online. The only issue that we did realize that we had, and that we just addressed as soon as we came back this week, is resident parking stickers. We didn't really have availability online or a way to pay online, and I worked with Dave and Nick at the beginning of the week, as well as Sarah, and now we have that in the motion, and it should be up in a week or two. So that was really the only thing that kind of was difficult, because we had to have people mailing stuff in and mailing it back, but now we'll have an option to pay online as well. So everything really has gone quite smoothly. And I wanted to thank Matt and IT for setting us up on everything, because that's what really helped us to be able to work from home and run everything electronically. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I thank you for keeping the box open in front of City Hall in all this, because I'm too cheap for a stamp. I always drop it off.
Yeah. And we were here every day. There was at least somebody in the office, 1 or 2 people every day. So we checked that every day and processed every day. And a lot of people have taken advantage of that box. And I think probably still will. We got a lot of traffic on Monday and Tuesday, this being the first week open. And we've been fairly slow Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm not sure people are completely comfortable coming in yet.
Okay. Any questions for Bonnie? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonnie, thank you for great information. I just want to ask you, how much you can estimate how much money we losing on the parking tickets? We know that.
Yeah, that's a better question for Dave than me. I just collect money and do the parking ticket hearings, but I don't really care. So Dave would be able to answer that better than I could, or Laurie at this point.
So, okay, so
quite a bit.
Yeah, good. David maybe can address it.
He's on the agenda for tonight, so we'll get into it.
Yeah. And I'm sure Laurie probably has that figure better than I do too.
So for what you're saying is that your department haven't really been hit by this COVID-19 too badly, because automatically pay and everything's been collected pretty well. That's what you're saying?
Correct. Anybody that has a mortgage is automatically going to be paid through their mortgage company anyway, and we get those through lock boxes. anybody that mails their payments in comes through a lockbox, and we've had an awful lot of the online payments. There really hasn't been much issues with people not being able to come in. A lot of people aren't really comfortable using cash right now anyway. I think they'd rather do everything online. So with IT's help, it's really been smooth. And we haven't had any issues. I haven't had any complaints.
Good to know. Thank you.
Lori, you wanted to add something?
I just wanted to say that the collections have been relatively in line with where they've been usually. Through the end of May, we have collected about 98% of our real estate taxes. And so far we have been in pretty good shape here. So I think we'll have to wait to see what happens through the end of June, but so far things have been collected, and the collector's office has done a fabulous job in keeping up with everything and being able to manage things remotely as well as in the office through the whole time. So I just wanted to thank them for all their hard work and devotion. They really did a great job keeping up with stuff.
Thank you. Any other questions for Bonnie? Seeing none, if there aren't any, I'll take a motion from a member of the committee as well. Councillor Hepworth.
Motion to accept the personnel budget of 33506.
That's not the amount. I see it here. It's 238,335 is what I see here. I didn't see the whole thing.
238,33506.
Yeah, I misread that. Okay, Councillor Hepworth moves to approve the collector personnel budget of $238,335.06, seconded by Councillor Flynn. Seeing no further discussion on that, Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the matter of the collector personnel budget of $238,335.06, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And then I'd have a motion on the collector expenses. Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the collector expenses budget of $7,600. Seconded by Councilor Flynn. So seeing no further discussion on that. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the matter of the collector expenses budget of $7,600, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And on the departmental total of $245,935.06, do I have a motion for approval? Councilor Dominguez moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Riccardi. And Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of the departmental total of $245,935.06, we have all 5 members voting in the affirmative. The matter carries. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
You can go home now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bonnie.
And now we will jump over to Human Resources, 8108. And that covers a bunch of our other fixed costs. So get here. Yeah, that also, just so you know, that covers our in our health insurance and unemployment costs and so forth and so on. So you're aware, those are our biggest expenditures. So with that, we have our Human Resources Director, Lisa Camerata. She's
Hey,
back
everybody.
from the virtual Barry Manilow concert she just was attending or whatever. And
His birthday was, he had a birthday yesterday, speaking like a true fan of Low. I will tell you that if you wanted to know.
Okay, I figured
I know
that you had. I
Matt
figured
Killen
you
really
wanted to
wanted
watch or something since you were off the screen for a while.
You what?
You were off the screen for a while with the camera on. I figured you'd gone to watch a show or something.
Oh, no. Sharpen my pencil.
Oh, okay.
Intended. So hi, everybody. How are you? Do you want me to just start?
Yeah, absolutely.
So just a little overview of my department, although I think I've interacted with pretty much all of you, even the new city councilors. We have 4 employees in my department. It's myself as the director. We have an office manager, a new benefits manager, and we also have a personnel aide. She's a 0.75 FTE. We also have the part-time switchboard operator who falls under my budget as well. Our department is responsible for, posting vacant positions and scheduling and conducting the interviews and hiring, and unfortunately sometimes involved in terminations. We try to do those as infrequently as we can. Participating in the negotiations, and we administer the contracts. We work hand in hand with the treasurer's office as well, ensuring that new employees are and existing employees are processed and paid correctly. We don't like payroll errors, so we like to stay on top of those sorts of things. And we just sort of make sure that all personnel actions are made in accordance with our policies and our collective bargaining agreements. And then as Councilor Terrell mentioned, my department is also responsible for administering all of the workers' compensation claims for the city of Salem, along with the school department. And we're also responsible for monitoring and administering our unemployment costs. And also where obviously health insurance falls under us, as well as life insurance, dental insurance for all city employees and retirees. And I'm fortunate as the Human Resources Director to be the ADA coordinator. And so I am a member of the Commission on Disabilities. We saw this year, in fact, we had a meeting scheduled for tonight where IHCD, as you know, the Institute for Human-Centered Design put together our ADA transition plan, which Councilor Cardi has been involved with the commission as well. She's our liaison. We're looking forward to, bringing that forward and addressing, the recommendations and bringing the city into compliance. So that is pretty much an overview of what we've been doing. I can answer some specific questions if you'd like. We can talk about the budget. I'm open to questions, however you want to. If anybody has any questions?
Don't all leap forward at once, everybody.
Okay.
So I will ask one fairly simple one. I know we have, I know where the retroactive wages category came from in the past couple of years. I also see we have a collective bargaining reserve for FY21. If you could, that was requested, if you could go into that a little bit and see, I know it wasn't in the approved budget, but if you can go into that a little bit and what it's used for and where that might be going.
Sure. So actually, I know that it didn't make it through, which this is typically, it's exactly what it says, collective bargaining reserve. It's in case we, have any issues or any wages to pay based on any type of negotiations that are completed and require any type of retroactive wages. And, we just don't see that happening this year. So that's why I believe we've just sort of put a nice line right through it. It's pretty simple explanation. I don't have anything elaborate to tell you, but we just don't see a need for it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are all, all clear on that one.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Possibly for my own understanding, contracted services lists uniforms. Just out of curiosity, what is that?
That's so funny. I see our purchasing agent is on he's smiling if you notice. So the Human Resources Department has been responsible for the contract with various uniform providers because under our collective bargaining agreements, our public services employees, our over at the golf course, anyone that's required to wear a uniform, we provide them. And so we had COVID not hit, we were in the process of trying to secure a new vendor because we're not very happy with the customer service and just the overall quality of what we're getting. So we are looking towards a new contractor. And because a majority of these uniforms fall under the employees of the Department of Public Services, We have actually swept that out of my budget, and Dave Knowlton has offered to administer that. But that said, it is for mostly the uniforms. And this does get pricey. We've had some turnover, we've had new employees, and when a new employee starts, there's the setup charge, there's the labeling charge, the name charge, there's all sort of upfront costs that we have to pay. And, we've worked hard to try to keep the costs down with them, but that's why we're hoping to look for a new vendor that has a better price and much better service.
Thank you.
Hope that answered your question.
You did.
Any other questions for Lisa about any of these items? We also cover, if you want to go into it, I'll ask you for our sake, mostly for the benefit of the new counselors, to go into how we handle workers' comp and unemployment insurance as well, just to kind of roll through that for people.
Sure. Did you want to get to the workers' comp? No, I will mention the salary line just for my department. You'll see that reflects the that we've been talking about, the 2 days. And actually in my department, there are a couple of my employees are also taking the week furlough as well. So that's reflected in the budget and the salary lines as well.
Okay. If you will go, however, one of the things I'd like to make sure everybody understands is is how we're self-insured for things and
sure
on those.
Okay, so so the next piece that I think if you follow along, so we are we're with Maya. We're premium based with Maya. We have a Maya, Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Agency Association is our carrier. So they administer our claims, yet everything. Excuse me, my department still administers those. So from the first report of an injury to following that claim all the way through, goes through my department, and we work along with the department head, depending on which department the employee worked in who was injured, or whether or not it's a school department, to see if the employee is seeking treatment, if there's lost time, and if there is any type of light duty restriction, because we do like to get our employees back. We budget for salary, we don't budget for workers' comp wages. So the sooner we can get somebody back, that's sort of a win-win for all of us. We work with Maya pretty closely. We do have some tail claims that you'll see under the workers' compensation budget section. We call them tail claims. They are claims that were incurred before the city decided to be premium-based with Maya, and those are just we'll be paying those workers' comp salaries, unfortunately, until those people are no longer with us on this earth, because they're permanent and/or total disability, and we are responsible for those wages. And we are responsible for what we call workers' comp medicals. That's also part of the line. If there's ever an injury, if any of those injuries sort of resurface, or there's something that's, if one of these former employees needs any type of treatment, if that treatment is tied back to, and certainly look into, we look into just to make sure that it was tied to that injury, we would be responsible for that. So we need to have a piece of our budget needs to be focused on part of that, because we are responsible for those expenses, whether they're co-pays or any types of procedures that any of these people need over the years.
Any other questions for Lisa from anybody? Councilor Flynn.
I just wanted to say, as a city employee, your department is very, very important to us as workers. And I think you do an excellent job. I wanted to thank you and your staff. If you could pass that along, that you make a big difference in our lives. And we rely on your department greatly. Thank you throughout our careers.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We're very fortunate, one department that we deal with the public, but the public that we deal with are usually our own coworkers, right? Or retirees. So, we meet people from the time, we're interviewing, and then we hire, and then whether they, they stay with us. I mean, I haven't had the cycle yet of someone being here as long as I've been able to see them come get hired and then retire, but you do get to really know people. And it's just nice to be part of that and answer questions as they come up. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to you. And I also want to say thank you to Lisa and your department. I want to ask you a scenario that got to be the economic crisis continue to go deeply, where, we don't know what's going to happen, but there is any recommendation that you as a personnel director might have as a plan B in case that we're getting deeply in the economy? Do you propose any new cuts? Do you think that a cut on personnel might happen in the long run? Or do you think that what we have done right now, even that the economy get worse, we can continue to operate in a safe move?
So I'm sorry to say, part of you cut out part of your question, so I didn't really hear all of it. So I think what you're asking is, if the situation gets worse, can department or all departments still continue to function as we are?
Your department will make any recommendation to any cut in personnel?
Would I make any recommendations and cuts to personnel?
Will you think that you might have to, in case?
Well, I mean, I would hope not. I would just hope not. I'm not really sure how to answer that. I can tell you that, we did put in, this year, I did request, I wanted a full-time switchboard operator. All overflow would go to the Human Resources office. And then realizing in this budget situation, it was just, we decided that, definitely make that cut. We'll keep it part-time, and just absorb those calls, and we'll do it. We'll do, we can't not do our job, right? I mean, there's an alternative, I guess. That's sort of how I feel. I mean, the work still needs to get done. And if, it would get done. I don't want to recommend more cuts, but if that's what we needed to do, I would, certainly work with the administration, and, obviously I would work with the finance department and the mayor and make that happen, but the work would still get done, and we would still continue to march.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean you can cut my personnel lines now. I'm just kidding.
So Councillor Flynn, I believe, had another question? Or?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, no problem. I'll lower your hand electronically.
Okay, thank you.
Rob, any other questions or comments from members of the committee or other members of the council? Seeing none, if anybody would like to make a motion on this, Councillor Hapworth.
Make a motion to accept the budget for personnel to $248,623.03.
Seconded by Councillor Dominguez. So Councillor Hapworth moves to accept the HR personnel budget of $248,623.03. Seconded by Councillor Dominguez. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So with 5 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative, on HR personnel budget, the matter carries. The next would be HR expenses. And Councillor Dominguez moves to approve the HR expenses budget of $13,750, seconded by Councillor Hapworth. I was looking in his direction on the screen, and there you go. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on that matter, on the matter of the Human Resources expenses budget of $13,750, all members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And for the departmental total of $262,373.03, do I see a motion to approve? Motion to approve from Councillor Dominguez, seconded by Councillor Flynn. So I'll call in the vote. Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the departmental total for human resources, personnel and expenses of $262,373.03 is approved. Next would be section 8.116, the human resources workers comp personnel budget. And so that would be do I have a motion for the HR personnel budget, workers' comp personnel budget, $491,305? Councilor Dominguez. Motion to approve? Councilor Dominguez moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Flynn. So on that matter, I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of the departmental total of $491,305, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And then we'll move on to the, I missed one. We have to do the unemployment compensation. That was separately. Let me just write that down. For that one, we annually have a budget placeholder of $300,000 because, as I believe has been mentioned by the mayor, and we are self-insured for unemployment.
Yes, we are.
So we put a reserve aside each year and we hope we don't spend it.
Right, and just as a sidebar, unemployment is probably, there's a lot going on with unemployment right now, and I don't want to take up a whole lot of time, but what's interesting right now with unemployment, we will have a lot of claims because, as you know, there are some furloughs, but with the Federal CARES Act, actually from now until the end of December, we are to be reimbursed. The federal government has told us, typically we pay the 50%. Let me just back up for a second. Unemployment is based 50% of your average weekly wage. So typically that's what we budget for, the 50%. And just to let you know why we still want to keep this number at this level is because, we will have claims. Typically at the end of the school year we do. The school claims tend to be a lot higher than what we have on the city side. And the mayor has mentioned, in some of our staff meetings that the unemployment rate in Salem is, I think it's up to 18%, and Massachusetts alone is over 15%. But the federal government with the CARES Act is actually going to reimburse us. Not sure how they're going to do that, but the promise is out there, and it's part of the CARES Act that 50% of the wage that we're paying, the federal government's actually going to supplement 50% of that. So that's why I believe we can keep this number as it is, because a lot of that money is coming from the federal government due to COVID, unfortunately, in the pandemic.
Thank you. Any questions on unemployment? I know we've covered it, and Lisa just dug into it a bunch further. So we have a couple of committee members who dropped off video for help. Councilor Dominguez is back. Any further questions on unemployment for Lisa? Seeing none, if there isn't, then somebody can make a motion. Councilor Riccardi. There you are. Or Councilor Riccardi appears to be frozen at the moment. So, Councilor Hapworth.
A motion to accept the unemployment budget at $300,000.
Second.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the unemployment budget of $300,000, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. And according to my screen, Councilor Riccardi's hand is frozen in the air for all eternity until she reconnects or whatever have you. So we may wind up not getting her on the vote unless she gets back in. So, she's back, I think. So on the vote for unemployment, the unemployment vote, let me just fix this. So Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi, you're back.
I am, sorry. Thank you. Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the HR unemployment budget of $300,000, 5 members voting the affirmative, the matter carries. And last we go to insurance, which I had was going straight to that. So insurance, Lisa, if you want to talk about the insurance program quickly and where we've been with the costs and all?
Sure. So we are on July 1st, we will start our third or fourth term with the Group Insurance Commission. So we have a 2-year contract. As you know, we have a PEC, which is the Public Employee Committee made up of union representatives as well as a retiree representative. And we meet a few times a year to look at our options. We had looked at going out to bid this year. We thought we would see if we could, there was a concern, and rightfully so. I mean, I think that we need to keep our options open to see what else was out there. However, when other companies looked at our utilization, which is just a history of all of our claims, you know, and they just look at it in the aggregate, bids came in from, I believe it was Blue Cross Blue Shield and Harvard Pilgrim, and they were close to 18% above what we already had in place, even with an anticipated increase of perhaps 4 to 5% from the Group Insurance Commission. So we agreed to stay with the GIC for another 2 years. And I think it's a good move, honestly. I mean, just watching what's happened in the industry, and you know, this is one. Well, we can't control the costs. We just there's a lot more. The GIC has much more leverage, right, with the companies than we do. So it's nice to get a low rate from a company that may want to come in and perhaps buy our business, and they'd want a 3-year rate, which would mean they would buy our business for 1 year. We would probably get a lock for 2 years, and then we're sort of on our own utilization. It's just not worth it. I mean, the short story is this was a really smart move for us a few years ago. It was difficult. I know that for some people. I think the learning curve, I think a lot is flattening. I think a lot of people understand it. You know, I thank Councilor Flynn for his kind words. I mean, I try to make sure my staff is completely cross-trained to understand when people call and have questions. This is a really smart move for us to stay for another 2 years. I mean, there's still an increase, but it's nothing like what we would see if we weren't with the Group Insurance Commission. I firmly believe that.
Hey, any questions from members of the committee or members of the City Council? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. During the pandemic, we saw a freeze on some of the payments on some of the expenses. For example, we have freeze on the mortgage and other items. Do we, during those, especially the 3 months, do we see anything happen on the ability to pay to the insurance company or not?
So no, we didn't actually see a type of a freeze. I know early on out of the gate, the Group Insurance Commission did issue a statement that I'm not sure, you know, what their behind the scenes was, but all of the plans were not to charge copays or apply any COVID-related treatment or testing to have a copay or a deductible. So I can tell you that. And also with the pandemic, unrelated to the insurance, but partly related, we were actually able to extend some of the limits on our flexible spending account plan that we offer employees so that expenses didn't have to be incurred by the end of the fiscal year. They had a little extra time for it. So, you know, what's allowed and what we're able to do, we certainly implemented. But as far as, you know, freezing premiums or anything like that, you know, no, that didn't happen. I don't know how it could, honestly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding insurance? Seeing none on that, if we don't have any question on insurance, I'd ask for a motion. Councilor Dominguez.
Motion to accept $15,427,036.
So Councilor Dominguez moves to accept the Human Resources Insurance Employee Insurance Benefits budget of $15,427,036, seconded by Councilor Flynn. Seeing no further discussion on that, I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez. Calling vote. Councilor Dominguez, the vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just now I heard you. Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Hepworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of the HR employee insurance benefits budget of $15,427,036, all members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. So thank you, Lisa, for spending your time in that conference room with us.
I moved as the sun moved. As the sun went down, I just kept moving around.
Let's get on track in it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care, everybody. Be safe.
You too. Thank you. See you in person someday.
Yeah.
All right. I think what we'll do purchasing next. And then just to go through things, we will do purchasing, we'll do the assessor, and then we'll go from there. So, and then go through the remaining departments. So just move this over.
So purchasing is having a problem with his computer, so just give me 1 minute, I'll get them, okay?
Oh, okay, yep.
Mr. Chair, can you direct us on what is purchasing, what page?
Yeah, sorry, that's page 867.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. That consists of, that we have 3 line items in that budget because they have a fixed cost as well. They pay for cell phones.
Can people hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
You're in here, I see your video is unused and your, you're doing Lori's desk now. You're connected 3 times now, basically.
Yeah, I'm good like that.
It's amazing, your technology skills. We bow before it.
Yeah.
Tom, if you want to go through your budget for us?
Yeah, sure. So a little bit about the department first for some of the new counselors who are on the committee who might not know what we do. With the purchasing office, prime responsibility is to both administer the bid process for all bids that we do here, whether it's construction of goods and services, and execute the contracts to the awarded vendors. We do the procurement process in conjunction with state law, primarily 30B for goods and services, Chapter 149 for vertical construction, and 3039M for horizontal construction, and some others, but those are the prime ones there. We have a smaller, one of the smaller sort of operational budgets in the city, but we also, as Councilor Torriello mentioned, we also have the fixed cost budgets. We oversee the budgets for the copiers for City Hall proper and the annex building across the street. And we also manage the cell phone and tablet account for a number of city staff here, with the exception of public safety in the schools. So, so that's a little bit about us. We had a number of different objectives and accomplishments that I just kind of wanted to highlight quick this year. One simply is we added terms and conditions on the back of our purchase orders, in which case we had none before, which provides us some additional liabilities for a lot of the smaller purchases where we don't issue formal contracts for. We also increased the amount of formal contracts that we did for exempt service contracts that don't fall under the guidances of auspices of some of the procurement laws. So we formalized that, particularly with designers for horizontal construction type projects. We got those guys under formal contracts, which again helps us out with insurances and liabilities and so forth for that. One of the, if anything, silver linings that came out of the whole COVID-19 pandemic for our office was the contract processing with awarded vendors. We had in the past been executing upwards of four copies of all contracts that would be passed around and mailed to all different departments and to vendors, and it took a long time. But with this pandemic that happened, one thing that we did in guidance with the IG and AG's office too, and what a number of other cities and towns have been doing, is we opted for an electronic signature process and an electronic contract management process in which we now send all our contracts through this software called DocuSign, and everyone just digitally signs a signature. So it's helped to, one, reduce the amount of paper that we're producing now significantly, and also just creating a much more efficient workflow and execution of the contracts when it comes to signature time. So that's been very helpful for us. And the other big thing we did also this year was we made the switch over from Verizon on our cell phone services over to T-Mobile. We did that about halfway through the year in November, December. And we are going to see some significant cost savings, I believe, going forward. In many cases, we were paying upwards of $39 per line and $31 per line with Verizon on a lot of our phones, and we've dropped those costs now down to $26.50 per line, and in some cases $13.50 per line. So we should see some significant cost savings in that. I kept the budget for that line neutral, only because we are also adding some new tablets from IT starting in August. They'll be coming online, is my understanding, as well as because of the pandemic and a lot more people working from home, there's been some more requests for people to have tablets and cell phones now that didn't have it before. So I'm hoping next year turnaround, I will be able to maybe help hopefully decrease that budget a little bit more once we have a better understanding as to what the actual monthly and annual costs will be for our phones and our tablets among city staff here. In terms of personnel, we have 2 FTEs, myself and the assistant purchasing agent. Last year, it was approved to have a part-time position in the office. We had a couple rounds of interviews with some individuals this past year. Nothing really came to fruition, obviously. And of course, well, I shouldn't say of course, but with the budget cuts this year, we did have it was proposed to reduce that salary for that part-time position in half. So we're going to revamp the search process, hopefully shortly after July 1, to have someone come in and help us out in the office with that. We also still do, for those who don't know, we also provide consulting and bid services also for the town of Swampscott and their school district as needed. It's more reactive type of process. They contact me when they need some assistance, and I provide it to them when need be. So those are some of the highlights of the purchasing office and some of the things we do. And one other thing, I just got pricing in for copy paper the other day, and that's dropped by $5 a carton. So that's exciting too. So little things that make me happy. We were paying upwards of $31 and change per carton. Now it's dropped down to about $26 and change per carton now. We have a $5,000 line in our budget. We buy the copy paper for City Hall and across the street as well. But that price also will go to the schools and go to police and fire and all those other departments that we don't manage the purchase of the paper for too. So they'll all get that price, that reduced price, which will help us all out in the end. So glad to answer any questions you guys may have.
The one question I'll ask, and this is mostly for the benefit of the new counselors and members who weren't on finance in previous years, what does Swampscott pay us for your services when they request typically?
Yeah, when we first started this, which was roughly maybe close to 10 years ago now.
You were here the first time.
Yeah. It was $10,000 for the year, but as of last year or maybe 2 years ago now, it is now up to $25,000 a year. And primarily that is because they've also added the school district as part of the whole MOU between the two communities. So it is $25,000 a year now.
Okay, and that, as I recall, I think that's general fund money?
Yes. Yep. Goes right to the general fund.
Yep. So we're happy to sell you to whoever wants to buy you. It's all part of the purchasing thing.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions for Tom? Councilor Riccardi. Can't hear you. I think your sound isn't coming in or something, or...
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really minor question. I was just curious. So it looks like there was a line item for fiscal year 20 for sit-stand desks for City Hall departments that wasn't requested, but then the mayor added it back in. So I'm curious if those sit-stand desks were purchased, if that was needed. I'm a fan of sit-stand desks. I have one myself, but just curious if that's needed.
Yeah, that was a new line item last year, and we did purchase this past year a number of stand-up desks for a number of staff, and the mayor had asked to have it put back in this year at a budget again, I believe of $2,000. So we will be looking to purchase a few more because there is, I guess, a desire from some staff to have those.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. We provisioned a batch of those when we were setting up the new annex, and there's a lot of people who saw that and said, "Oh, that looks like a great idea."
Yeah. I know I missed mine in the office, that I just got one for my house. So,
Great.
okay, thank you.
Office? Okay. Any other questions for Tom?
I was going to say, I get one of those for myself, but when I stand up, I tend to hit my head on the ceiling that kind of overhangs over my desk. So maybe someday.
Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. So it's my understanding that those purchases it's been affected by this cut right now, or you continue to move forward into those desks that we was talking about? Tom?
Which purchases in particular?
The desk, stand-up desk that was mentioned right now by Councilor.
Yeah, well, it's in there for now to be purchased for this coming year. We'll be talking more, I think, with the mayor's office on that directive as to, how many we're going to be buying and so forth. But yeah, that's my understanding.
Any other item that you think that we should be expecting discussion to see if that's going to be cut because of the budget?
No, we're pretty tight as it is. Like I said, we made a very significant initiative to reduce the costs on our cell phones this year. We will be negotiating some new lease agreements on our copiers midway through this year when the leases come up. So we'll see some reductions there as well. But otherwise, we're pretty tight as it is. We're one of the smaller departments, smaller budgets in the city, as I mentioned before, and so yeah, as of right now, that's kind of where it stands.
Any other questions for Tom from members of the committee or other members who are in theirs? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you. To follow up, in your capacity as a purchaser agent, do you recommend any other departments any freeze on buying any item that might not be emergency right now because of the situation we are, or you actually don't have that capacity to recommend to any one of the departments?
Yeah, I don't find it in my purview to really be recommending what departments really should be purchasing. It is more or less my job to be guiding them on how to purchase that in compliance with state and local laws. That's where I see myself. And in addition to that, if I do see some expenses, and I certainly have, where I think are a little bit more than what they should be, with vendors who I'm not familiar with or so forth, I oftentimes will direct departments to vendors that are, say, on state contract or under some local or other city or cooperative contract where I think the pricing might be better. So we'll do that, and I direct them in that sense. But I've never have really been in a position where I have to tell people, no, you can't buy that. That more or less would come from the department heads in each of the departments.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? If there aren't any questions, then if any member would like to make a motion. Councilor Dominguez.
I make a motion to accept the $155,110 with 61 cents
All right, Councilor Dominguez moves to accept purchasing personnel in the amount of $155,110.61. I believe that was seconded by Councilor Riccardi. So on that, I will call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of the purchasing personnel budget 155-110-61, all 5 members voting the affirmative, the matter carries. Then I'll see a motion on purchasing expenses. Anybody? Councilor Dominguez.
Motion to accept the purchasing expenses of $22,625. Let's see, right?
Yes. So Councilor Dominguez moves to accept the purchasing expenses of $22,625, second, I believe, by Councilor Flynn.
Yeah.
On that, I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on purchasing expenses of $22,625, all 5 members voting the affirmative, the matter carries. And that leaves us with purchasing fixed costs. Is a motion on that? Councilor Riccardi moves to approve the purchasing fixed costs of $73,076, seconded by Councilor Flynn. So I'll call the roll on that one. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of purchasing fixed costs at $73,076, all 5 members voting the affirmative, the matter carries. And on the departmental total of $228,186.61, motion approved from Councilor Riccardi, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. On that, I'll call the roll for that. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the departmental total of $228,186.61, all members voting in the affirmative, all 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. Thank you, Tom. That knocks off 2 of our connections.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
It gives
Thank
one
you,
of them
Tom.
back to Lori.
All right. I'll grab Lori. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will do the assessor. So there's Deb. She's up in the middle of the Brady Bunch here. Let me go find the page. And assessor is, let's find that. Assessor is 8-33. So if you want to bring us through that, Deb?
In our office, we have 3 assessors and 2 clerks. And right now, one of our clerks took the furlough for 8 weeks, which really helped the rest of us out. She was happy to take the couple of months off as compared to a short amount of time. We still have almost 14,000 tax bills to do every year. About 850 personal property, 36,000 auto excise, 1,000 boat excise exemptions, personal property inventory, et cetera, income and expense statements. And it's a certification year in our office this year. Probably the key thing that we've done that we have to keep up, we have in 2023, we have to have inspected all the properties in the city of Salem for a 10-year annual, or once every 10-year certification with the Department of Revenue. And I'm happy to say we've been doing it in-house, and we're well along. We're almost finished. This past year, we ended up inspecting about 3,500 properties. The 3 of us were out all last summer, and we would have been out again this year, but we certainly aren't. One thing that I did mention earlier, there is an increase in the contract services budget, which we may or may not use, for $9,000 because we have 3 Boston Gas, National Grid and New England Power, that the Department of Revenue has changed how we assess them, and we may have to hire an appraiser for $3,000 each. So if not, that will be returned. The good thing is what everybody projects, meaning the Department of Revenue, to each community for the reason to do it, is that she thinks our value on those 3 properties would go up significantly, and the growth could be anywhere from 100 to 300,000 more than what we have now. We still get a lot of growth from them, but it could be significantly higher. So I also would just mention any of the new city councilors, I always invite you to come on into the office, and I'm happy to go over assessing with you and at least give you an idea. We change the values every year. We are bound by the Department of Revenue to be current with assessment ratios, and we have to look at each class individually and then the whole city. And so every year we do change the values, and it's really what the sales dictate to us, what we end up having to do.
Any
Not
questions?
much fluff in the system.
No, it's always been pretty straightforward. Any questions for Deb? And if there are no questions for Deb, I'll see if any other members want to make a motion. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion. We accept the assessor's personnel expense at $316,033.87.
Okay, Councilor Flynn moves to accept the assessor's personnel in the amount of $316,033.87, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. Seeing no discussion there, I forgot to do my marks there, so I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of assessor's personnel of $316,033.87, all members voting the affirmative, the matter carries. And then we would go to assessor's expenses. Do I have a motion on that? Councilor Dominguez.
Motion to accept on the accessory expense at the amount of $55,400.
Councilor Dominguez moves to accept the assessor's expenses, the amount of $55,400, seconded by Councilor Flynn. Seeing no further discussion, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the matter of the assessor's expenses budget of $55,400, 5 councilors voting the affirmative, none the negative, the matter carries. On the departmental total of $371,433.87, do I have a motion to approve? Councilor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. So I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the departmental total of $371,433.87, all members voting the affirmative, the matter carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
All right. Let's go to, just check the board here. I work my way through it. Let's go in this one to, let's go to IT next. It's the next one we have here in the order. We'll do IT and then traffic and then treasurer, and then because there's a lot of stuff there, and then we'll wrap up with finance and the mayor. So IT, where is he? Ah, there's Matt.
I know, I've been hiding out for a little while.
I can't say I blame you. Let's You want to take us through everything?
Sure. So I'll be brief. I know it's been a long night for you already. So I'm, as with other departments, IT will certainly be participating in the 2-day furlough that was discussed earlier. I'm very pleased and proud also to say that more than half of the department will be participating in the voluntary furlough program. So across IT, 13 weeks of voluntary furlough time is being contributed back by those employees to help the city save money during this difficult time. On the project front, I was very pleased over the course of this last year that we were able to replace aging and I would say failing telephone systems across all of the schools, such that the citywide, we now have a standard system citywide. So it is the same telephone on Bonnie's desk in the collector's office as is on the principal's desk at the Bates School, as is on the chief's desk down at the police station. So we're all on one common telephone system, one common dialing plan, one common set of extensions, and so forth. This was a huge step forward, and it was literally just in time. So thank you to the council and to the mayor for your support on prior year capital projects, which allowed us to get that project going. By this time last year, the telephone system at the high school and the telephone system at the Saltonstall School were just about dead. So it was truly a just-in-time project, and across 10 buildings we installed, I believe it was just over 800 phones. So it was a large project that was overdue and certainly well needed. I do want to mention to you, on the accomplishments, you'll see it talks about the launch of an online permitting system that was scheduled for this spring. COVID had other plans for us, so we have not launched the online permitting system, but that will be launched in August of this year. So that's delayed about 3 months from the original planned launch, but it is coming and it will be happening. I'm very excited about that for the city. So with that, having said I was going to be brief, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the operating budget.
You guys all chime in. I ask them questions all the time. Nobody has any IT questions?
I can.
Councilor Dominguez, thank you.
Can quickly ask, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Matt. Based on the school new normal that we're going to have maybe in the next school year, is any changing on plan on how the IT department going to function? Or they have any protocol, any other things that we might be aware of and that might be under your capacity to move forward and to maybe implement, even though we're going to have a cut on the budget?
Certainly. So certainly we don't know what the next year is going to look like, of course. I'd love to say I have a good crystal ball for that. But I think we can reasonably expect that there will continue to be a reliance and need for remote meetings of the type that we're doing right now, and remote work. As Bonnie mentioned during her budget discussion with you, it was rapidly necessary to get hundreds of municipal staff and thousands of Salem school students up and running in a remote capacity pretty quickly. So I'm not sure that we'll need new or more tools, but I think we're going to continue to rely on the tools that we pretty rapidly put in place to get us to where we are.
Councilor Dominguez, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you. I guess, thank you, Mr. Chair. For question for Matt, along those same lines in regards to the school budget, I know that, or I believe I heard during the school budget review that they're kind of moving to their own IT department or under the school purview. Is that correct? So I'm wondering if there are any other items that are being transferred over, or if your department is still going to be responsible for their software needs and line items there. And then a question about hardware. How are we in that sense? Because now it's not just hardware at people's workstations in the office, but hardware that needs to be able to move and be taken home, and it needs to be relatively up to date, so they have microphones and cameras and things like that. And I'm just curious if we've had a recent inventory or stock of how we're kind of situated there.
Sure. So it has certainly been the case that the school department has needed additional support, particularly in the area of instructional technology. The sort of the pointy end of the stick, if you will, in the education environment, and that integration and adoption of the technology for effective use in the classroom. And they are going to be making those investments in the coming year. There will still be a number of things that are still shared with and consolidated with the city. So things like operation of internet access, overall security of the environment, access to critical software, shared software like the financial system, email system, and a variety of other systems, operation of the overall network and certain systems that relate to that, like the telephone system that I spoke about a minute ago. So there will still be that sharing and integration of services, if you will, but there will be an increased capacity and focus in the school department on instructional technology. Does that address the first part of your question? Okay. So we will still have some shared services, as I alluded. I think that was the second part of the question. There were a lot of questions.
Yeah, that sums it up, that and then hardware needs.
Okay, sure. So on the hardware front, I won't say that we're perfect, but I would say we're in pretty good shape. As I said, we were able to transition pretty quickly to get people remotely deployed. And thankfully, with the investments and shift that we've been making over the last few years toward cloud-based resources, that really helped us out a great deal. So we, thankfully already had a lot of our systems deployed to the cloud, so staff were able to access those remotely, even if they maybe didn't have the latest and greatest hardware, let's say. But we're going to need to continue to make investments in that area, and that's why separately you have a capital request in front of you as well, to continue to make investments in those kinds of resources, both at the staff end and on the back end of the network that make all of that stuff work. So I hope that answers that part of the question.
Yes, thank you. And I just have one other follow-up. I see that there was a request for SPD surveillance camera maintenance and support. That wasn't, is that going to be a problem, or are the systems still maintainable for the next year, or?
Sure. So that particular request relates to the police camera infrastructure, as you noted, and its maintenance and support. The network is now quite large, the number of systems that are out there, the radio infrastructure that ties in, the linkage of all the different pieces. So that particular line item related to an RFP that we worked with Tom, who was up a few minutes ago, to put out last year to consolidate all of those services. Because we had a little bit here, we had a little bit there, we had a little bit hardware, we had a little bit software, and we really said, we need to bring this together under one reasonable umbrella and under maybe fewer and better vendors. So we put out an RFP for that, and that brought everything together. There is a little bit of a reduction in the budget in terms of the support of that expense, which is actually shared with the police department. There's another piece of that that's in the police budget, but I'm already talking with Chief Butler about how we can make that work given the budget constraints that we have.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Matt while he's here? If there aren't any, then if any members want to make a motion. Councilor Dominguez appears to have departed for the moment, but Councilor Riccardi? Or?
Yes. I move to adopt the information technology personnel budget of $736,710.05.
So Councilor Riccardi moves to adopt the IT personnel budget of $736,710.05, seconded by Councilor Flynn. And Councilor Dominguez has returned. So that I will call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
On the, thank you. Okay, Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So on the IT personnel budget of $736,710.05, 5 members voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. On IT expenses of $781,558. Do I have a motion on that, Councillor Flynn?
Yeah, I make that motion to accept that.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn moves to approve the IT expenses budget $781,558, seconded by, I presume, Councillor Dominguez. So seeing no, yeah, he nodded. So seeing no further discussion, to call the roll. Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So all 5 members voting the affirmative on the IT expenses budget, $781,558. The matter carries. And on the departmental total of $1,518,268.05. Do I have a motion on that? Councillor Flynn makes the motion.
Motion.
Seconded by Councillor Dominguez. On that, so to call the roll, Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. The ITGIS departmental total of $1,518,268.05. All 5 members voting in the affirmative. The matter carries. And that covers IT. So now you can go away, man.
Well, may I ask, was there a need to touch on the capital proposals at all?
I mean, I went through it. If anybody has any questions on their capital side, or if, Matt, if you want to just sort of give people a quick brief, there are a few items for you guys in the IT capital budget and stuff that we've covered, stuff that we've done in past years for the most part. I know we've done desktop cycling, and that's kind of natural replacement. So if you want to hit on that briefly, I'd love to hear it. But
okay, I'm happy to, and I will be brief. So there are 3 capital items in the request before you. One is the continued investment in replacement of equipment for the city. That totals approximately $120,000. That includes as well network resources, as I was explaining to Councillor Riccardi a few minutes ago. Similarly, there is a request for the school department. So that is a replacement of staff equipment, network resources, et cetera, just like the city. That totals, I believe it's about $171,000. And then Eileen alluded to a digitization project that we've had ongoing for a couple of years now, whereby we are taking paper documents and making them available electronically. That project continues, and there's a request in the plan for $150,000 to support that continued effort.
Great, thank you for the thank you for updating everybody. The desktop, I will say, having been here for now, this is my 9th year. Until the last few years, we were running desktops that were often as much as a decade old, and or in some cases even longer, and those tend to have very high management and replacement costs or repair costs to keep them going. And so over the last few years, the city's moved to a more frequent refresh cycle, which keeps the machines somewhat more current and keeps them easier to manage and cheaper to replace as well, cheaper to maintain as well. So you spend a little bit more on hardware in your regular CIP, but you spend a lot less on the services and updating and the human touch that they need, which has worked fairly well for us. And I will also say, for benefit mainly of the new counselors, over the last couple of years, and we moved from self-hosting our email systems to cloud-based email, and that has worked to be the knowing nod from our Microsoft member on that. Of moving to Office 365 in the cloud has generally helped our availability and helped things for most people. So, and the point of closure is Ty is in fact, Councillor Hapworth is in fact a Microsoft employee and has nothing whatsoever to do with our contract.
Absolutely true.
I did notice that line item did not go down, which I appreciated.
It might not affect your salary or bonus or any of that stuff, but still, it's always nice to see that, I'm sure. So, all right, thank you, Matt.
Thank you all.
We will go to traffic and parking next, which is 8:58. And that's one where we've had, I saw David's in here somewhere. There he is. He's moved over to the right of my screen. I hate that. But the one thing I hate about Zoom is how people tend to jump around depending on who's live on video at any one moment. So you're looking at somebody and then all of a sudden they're gone. So I think, Dave, if you could speak before we get into the nitty-gritty of your departmental budget, if you could talk about some of the impacts that we've seen from the changes in enforcement for the last couple of months and, other, capital-related issues to that particular cost center. I know we're now charging at meters and at lots again and the garages, but there was a 2-month gap on that, plus the traffic are down, so.
Yes, so we had ceased enforcement operations close to mid-March and through April and May. And based on that, we're about, I'd say, $175,000 less than what we were last year, which is about a 4.6% reduction overall in terms of fiscal year 20. Just in April, overall, including fines, we were down 77% in terms of revenue, and in May it was a little higher at 88%. Again, it's about $340,000 less than last year in May. So certainly there was that lack of revenue due to enforcement ceasing. We did start again on June 1st. We started charging at the garages, as well as the longer term lots, the Church Street lots, Crescent lot, and Universal Steel. Obviously, we're not getting the utilization that we had prior. And then we opened up enforcement to the rest of the on-street meters and the smaller, shorter term lots beginning June 8th. We also obviously, was mentioned earlier, involved in the outdoor seating and dining. So there are some parking spaces that are being utilized for restaurant seating. We're also allocating certain spaces for 15-minute parking to help some of the restaurants with their takeout dining services as well. So I'd say at this point, the spaces impacted by the outdoor seating is around 20, and it's about a dozen for those 15 minutes, but we're still processing applications, working with city solicitor, health, and other departments. And there will be some additional spaces that will come offline to assist the restaurants with the outdoor dining effort.
Okay, and I will also ask before we get into other specific questions from members, if you can talk about the state of the capital plan with the garage improvements and the like, and meter changes and all.
Sure. So as council knows, they did approve funding to address the ongoing drainage issues. Happy to say that the contractor, Chapman, working with our on-call engineering service, Russo Bar, have been doing some good work. They've identified a lot of issues once they started opening up areas on that first level. We're also using some of the contingency funds to address some other things that we just couldn't see until we got into it, as well as some of the rotting pipe that's going all the way to the roof. So they've been very proactive, working with us, bringing to attention some of these items. And I would say I'd like to recognize Mike Letrikowski, who's been helping to coordinate that, communicating with the mall owners, the tenants, the on-call engineers, and the contractor, as well as myself. So I'd say that work is proceeding. With some of the additional work, they are looking at a 2 to 3 week additional. I believe I initially said we were hoping to get this done by end of June. I think we're looking more like mid-July. But again, I think that once those improvements are done, the impacts that the tenants were seeing, as well as impacts we were getting to our own electrical systems in the garage, will go away. And I'm looking to move forward with the design plans for the roof. Obviously, moving forward with the execution of that work will depend on how the reopening and recovery goes. But at the very least, we do have those funds in place. And I'm hoping to continue working with the on-call consultant to get those plans in place. In addition, we recently restriped the Church Street lot. We had started looking at this in anticipation of some spaces in the garage being going offline as due to the construction. So we were able to move forward. We had a surveyor come out and work on some layouts. We resulted in an additional 16 parking spaces as well as 2 additional accessible spaces. I think we've cleaned up the area. We're also working on some additional signage that will go out to clarify what residents and visitors need to do, either with the kiosks or using the Passport app at not only the Church Street lot, but many of the other lots. So again, we're continuing on those efforts, and we'll continue to be working on the outdoor dining, as well as efforts related to shared streets. There are grants out there that MassDOT recently released that I'm working with engineering and community development to pursue as well. Happy to talk about the department's budget and anything else you'd like to discuss.
I'll ask one question, and I'm probably stealing the thunder from our downtown residing councilors. I know on the CIP there is, there's another stage of construction slated for the corner intersection of Norman Chestnut and Summer Street. If you can go into where you stand with that. I know the experiment's been tinkered with a few times.
Sure. So the capital request that you see before you, we're calling phase 4, and would be the final phase. We start off with just the paint and posts. Obviously, there were some issues with the placement of the center circle. We went back, we relocated, we did some tweaks. That was phase 2. Phase 3 involved working with MassDOT, who was coming in with their highway safety program. So they were able to put in thermoplastic and do some reconfigurations to their plans to accommodate the roundabout that's there now. So that was phase 3. Since that time, we've worked with Stantec to bring them on to do a more in-depth, detailed survey of the intersection to understand drainage issues when we do eventually reset curbs and bring more mountable curbing into the area to allow emergency service vehicles to get through there, as well as larger trucks. And we're looking at doing lighting improvements at that intersection as well. So that's being developed now by Stantec. Once we get to more of I'd say 25%, 50% design, we will have another meeting with the public to go over that, to get some feedback. My hope is to get to a final design and work with Stantec to get the bidding documents ready to go out late fall, early winter, with the hope that with that funding approved by council, we can start construction next spring.
Okay, the one question that I'll have as a follow-up to that is, I know one of the factors that we have in clearing traffic through that intersection in general is the light timing sequences that we have, as particularly at Essex and Summer, and then over in Riley Plaza as well. But for getting traffic in and out of that area, do we have improvements coming to those in terms of detection and moving the traffic? I see most of the time the intersection. And this is my anecdotal based on having driven through it a lot and walked through it a few times here and there and gone out with the Ward 2 counselor and flown a drone over it to take pictures and video while it was in operation. And which is possibly the geekiest thing I've done in city government in the last year. But that all said, the one time that intersection still kind of is in a failure mode is when you have that traffic backup at the lights that are at either end of the flow. So I know we've been working on signaling. Where are we at with that effort?
So the city electrician, John Giardi, has started on the North Street corridor, putting in the new signal timing there. He, I think, initially did the intersection of School and North. He has started working at North, Summer, and Essex now. So that work is underway. And again, I think we said this from the start, that the intent of the roundabout was to improve the overall safety, not the road level surface. So we're hoping that with those improvements at that intersection, it will improve the overall flow. I believe he's putting in concurrent pedestrian and traffic signalization with a lead pedestrian phase, so that the pedestrian has some time to get into the crosswalk before it allows the vehicles to move forward. I don't know the schedule for the other signal that's further south of that intersection, but I could certainly speak to John about that.
All right, thank you. Any questions about any of this for members? Councilor Medora.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. So in regards to the Church Street parking restriping, Dave, if I remember correctly, I think that project was kind of scaled back a little bit. Is that correct?
You mean, yes, it essentially, we just looked at restriping the lot for the time being, with the intent of improving the circulation and adding some additional long-term spaces. So yes. So
the CIP that was budgeted for that, was that fully expended with this the smaller scope?
Oh, no, not at all. Between the survey work and the layout and the striping, it was less than $10,000. And we're anticipating, as things normalize, the additional 16 spaces could bring in, conservatively, $40,000 to $50,000 additional dollars each year.
So for your CIP request, was that is that rolled into this new fiscal year, or?
For the Church Street lot?
Yes.
It would carry over. That request was submitted by my predecessor. I think obviously there was a larger project that was looking at, but just given overall the bandwidth of the department and focusing on the garage and having discussions with the mayor's office, the idea was to use some of those funds to, at the very least, improve some of the signage, again, the overall circulation just within the larger Church Street West lot, and add some additional spaces.
So is there a plan to improve the perimeter of the Church Street lot, because the sidewalks are in such poor shape, and it's one of the most highly trafficked areas on foot for visitors and residents and workers? And I was really glad to see that was part of the original scope. Unfortunately, like you said, there wasn't enough capacity to complete that work. So I'm really hoping that work will still move forward, but I don't think it's clearly pointed out in your department goals this year.
It was not. I've had some discussions with engineering to see where those particular sidewalks are as far as evaluation, but we haven't identified those. But I certainly can have those discussions.
And also, I know that there's a significant reduction in the traffic calming improvements. Can you just talk a little bit more in detail of what you're planning for this coming year?
So I think, as the mayor mentioned earlier, this is sort of a work in progress, and we're hoping that this was a smaller amount than what I actually asked for. And the hope is that we might come back to council at some point, depending on how the reopening goes, for additional funding. I think with these funds, we are obviously going to continue looking at some of the intersections that we know have issues, and work with contractors to do some surveying, get some layouts, and then do some tactical work where we put out paint and posts like we recently did over at Winter and Bridge. Just make sure that the improvements that we are implementing are working. So basically using those funds we have a list, we worked with engineering and my staff to map all those locations out. Those locations have come in through either the traffic calming program or through other means. And we've tried to start just laying that out, and either we try to address them with engineering as part of just road paving projects, or we look at them, as I said earlier, where we do those tactical approaches. So really that, I don't have a specific list right now, but as we've been doing, we'd be looking to implement that moving forward at those various locations.
But do you have a list of traffic calming, neighborhood traffic calming applications that are existing that maybe you haven't gotten to, and whether that list can be arranged in terms of priority?
We do have a list, and there are those in various stages. So in some instances, we've done some survey work at intersections. In other locations, we've collected traffic and speed volumes. So it varies. The way we try to prioritize it is based on proximity to vulnerable populations. What are the speed and volumes that we're seeing? So there's other criteria that we use when we try to move forward with implementation, given the resources we have.
Thank you for that. I just think that since the program is in existence, I think there's been a lack of transparency on how those funds are being spent. So given the fact that this is very neighborhood driven, I just would like to ask for more detail on how each of these applications are considered, whether through staff or the commission itself, because sometimes I've submitted a few, and sometimes I need to follow up several times before something actually gets executed. So just really want to understand whether we can improve this program's process.
So as part of the updates, I try to give to the commission once a month, which includes a status update on the various transportation projects, whether our department is the lead on them or not. I've started to update them on the various traffic calming requests that have come in and the status. So I've been doing that at the commission meetings. Obviously, there are programs in different stages. As an example, First Street, we were able to complete putting out new signage, radar feedback signs, relocating a crosswalk, and making some improvements. For Valley Street, we were successful in petitioning the state DOT to reduce the speed, but we have yet to implement some new signage to reflect that and a radar feedback sign. So there are some execution delays that we're having. COVID certainly didn't help matters. But again, I have that list. We are maintaining it. And we try to get at things where if we know it's going to be part of a larger engineering project, we would try to roll it into that. Or if it's something that, again, can be done using tactical paint and posts, we hire a consultant, we have a survey done, and we move forward with a striping plan. So, and I'm happy to share that list with you.
Thank you. I have one more question, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the CIP requests between parking, traffic, and planning, and I see some overlap with the biking infrastructure and the planning components. So given that we're trying to be as lean as possible with our staffing and asking staff to take furloughs and pay cuts, I wonder if this is the best or most efficient use of staff time. I just don't understand why two departments are managing one project. Can you clarify, or perhaps Dominic and Mayor could help clarify why this is split up in this way, and if there's a way to improve that?
That is certainly something that existed before I had started. We've had some preliminary discussions I've had with Tom Daniel about sort of who's responsible for what. Historically, planning oversaw the bike share and bike parking piece of things. I don't object to taking that on. It was just a discussion we didn't have. We had submitted our budgets, and then everything changed. So, if that's a discussion that we want to have and sort of consolidate that. What I tried to do this year is to really focus on design and implementation as well as maintenance, which I don't think we necessarily had. The more bike accommodations you put out on the roadway, just like we stripe our crosswalks and travel lanes, we need a budget for the maintenance of those accommodations, especially with the recent highway safety plans in the downtown area, because those will at some point wear down and will need to be touched up. So that was my goal with the request that I put in. But again, if the council would like to consider consolidating those two with a lower amount, that's certainly a discussion I'm worth having.
So if we were hypothetically to do that, we would put the bike parking infrastructure, the $10,000 bond request, and put that into the bicycle infrastructure design, implementation, and maintenance, the $200,000 bond request.
Sure.
A total of 210. Is that? I don't know, Mr. Chair, if that's something that's
We
possible.
wouldn't be doing it in this context, because the CIP is a separate committee. It will be a separate committee vote. I can't recall right this second whether that's slated for Wednesday or whether that is slated for Thursday in our standing meeting. I'm not sure of that on the agenda list right now. But ultimately, what we would want to do on something like that, ideally, would be to have the mayor, who I know is still in this call, we would probably have her review with both departments affected and then consolidate the request and modify accordingly what goes into us. So that would probably be and Mayor just popped onto video to
sorry, I'm
clarify.
Do some work while we're all together virtually. I'm happy to talk further with the council about this. I mean, we have been fortunate to have a planning department that was doing a lot of work in this space prior to even having a traffic and parking commission, right? It's been new. Dave, his predecessor, started, and then we were able to build out a little more staff in that department, but the through lines aren't necessarily as clear, and it's only a 2-person department. So I would say to you, I think we have more work than we have people, and that's how come you see some of the division of labor that's been set up this way. I would also say I think it's a really collaborative department. The departments and the staff are really collaborative with each other in terms of trying to work through issues and projects and ensure that when we talk about complete streets, when we talk about bicycle infrastructure, that we have a lot of expertise between the various personnel that we're sharing in that expertise and moving things forward. I mean, we still are struggling with Traffic and Parking Commission and the City Council in terms of roles and responsibilities around those issues. As traffic and parking became something that was new in our city, now, 3-4 years, it hasn't exactly lost the entanglements for the other departments it works with. That includes both planning and engineering.
Sure. So, in particular, in the case of things like that where they cross departments, I know it's some of this. If you take a look at how we're doing the CIP on those and see if there are areas that they should consolidate, or if it should be all under one or the other, then we can always edit if need be what comes in when we're discussing this. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the council's approving whatever the funding source is.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily, this act doesn't necessarily determine who's administering the program. So.
No, I get that. I will ask, we don't have planning in yet. What is the status on the removal of all the rental bikes?
I emailed the leasing company today for a specific time frame. They had said last week that they would start removing them within the next 2 weeks, but I just wanted to nudge them a little because I know that they've been out there a while now. So I hope to get a response.
Yeah, I think we have a backup plan, Councilor Turiel. If they're not out by the end of this week, that we'll work with DPS to just pull them out. It's confusing to people. I've seen several people going up trying to rent bikes, right? And
Yeah.
so we don't need the clutter. We're really disappointed. What a year not to have a bike share program. I think it would have been a great year for them, but the coronavirus pandemic, I think just knocked Zagster out of being able to survive the shutdown. Just too bad. It's a loss for us.
Yeah, well, they had a pretty decent 10-year track record of bike sharing, and then they tried really hard over the last year or so to pivot to a completely different business, and I don't think that one went as well as the bike sharing did, and there you go. And I think that's threw them behind the 8 ball even farther. But yeah, now we just got some litter to get rid of, I guess. All right. Any other questions for Dave while we have him? Councilor Rigardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question on the CIP items as well. And this might just be a newbie question. The Museum Place garage renovation phase 1 design, you requested $200,000, or that was approved for fiscal year 20. But I feel like I recall that there was plans for phase 2 and phase 3 and so on and so forth, and I don't see those anywhere. So I don't know if that was already previously approved and we need to be looking retroactively to what's left on those bonds, or if there's any update there.
We had approved, the council had approved funds, I think it was the end of last calendar year. And I had put in a request to move forward with phase 2. But obviously with everything going on, we've removed that. And I indicated earlier that we do have design funds available that the council had allocated, and we will be working to do the phase 2 design, which would include the roof work, in the hopes of coming back at some point to get the funds to actually execute that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dave from members of the committee or other members who are in the call? If there aren't any, if any members also would want to make a motion? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion to accept the personnel and traffic and parking department for $800,853 with 11 cents.
So Councilor Dominguez moves to accept the traffic and parking personnel budget, $852,853.11. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilor Flynn. So no further discussion. We'll take the roll. Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Myself, yes. With 5 councilors voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative, the personnel budget carries. I would then ask for a motion on traffic and parking expenses, the amount of $350,795. Councilor Hapworth moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Flynn. So for that one, I will now call the roll. Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Myself, yes. 5 councilors voting, all 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. On the departmental total of $1,203,648.11, a motion from Councilor Dominguez to approve, seconded by Councilor Flynn. I'll now call the roll. Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the departmental total of $1,203,648.11, all 5 councilors voting, all in the affirmative, the matter carries. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. Almost there. We'll do treasurer. Let me get to that one. Treasurer is That is $874. And I just have to warn you guys, there's a lot in this altogether. I think, oh, there she is.
How are you?
We even have you on video for this one after all that.
That's it.
So for the Treasury Department, we have Kathleen McMahon, and she can work through, particularly for the new members, what we do in the Treasury Department and what funds and what stuff is under her purview. So without any further ado.
Yes, good evening. The Treasurer's Office is comprised of an assistant, the payroll coordinator for the city and the schools, and a clerk and myself. The city recently received from Standard & Poor's an affirmative on our stable AA rating. With that, the city was able to close on a bond anticipation note of a little over $9 million for a coupon rate of 1%. And it had a net interest cost of 0.3769%. And what that means is the city received a premium on borrowing, so it reduces our interest cost. It's also comprised of various assessments from the state, Essex North Shore Agricultural Technical School, retirement, and debt service. So I'd like to entertain any questions you may have.
Yeah, please. And just so we have, just to clarify, particularly for our new members, we have a lot of debt that rolls long-term over longer terms. So we have things that roll that are currently on that will be coming off the budget over the next couple of years, other things that are going on. Long-term purchases are financed through bonds, major capital improvements, school improvements, most infrastructure is financed that way, and that's where all this stuff goes. Also, under the Treasurer's Department are the things like the credit card fees we pay for people who pay their bills online or pay with smart meters and all that. So that's also there, and so all the various other costs, Medicare and all the remaining, and a lot of pension-related costs and all the like. So just to go through that, and then there's also the money that comes into we get money in from the state, and we get money that goes out on the state, like our assessments for the Salem Academy Charter, for Essex Tech, and those all go out through the Treasurer's Office. So if anybody has questions about specifics on any of these, please entertain them now. Don't all raise your hands at once. Anybody, including members of the council who don't have their video or audio turned on right now? Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just really kind of have a question to ping off of as a new member. The credit card fees again, if you could explain those to me. So it looks like they're for the metered fee, like the meter, credit card processing, online bill paying. I'm assuming it's those fees?
Not online bill paying. It is for 9 locations throughout the city, whether it be meters, kiosks, the golf course, witch house, harbor master, those departments that collect payments via credit card. A lot of the monies are attributed to, a lot of the cost is attributed to interchange fees, which are not, we can't control those. I did reduce this budget based on previous activity due to anticipated less usage maybe. But I have to say the golf course has been quite a busy place with credit card sales. So hopefully that will maintain. It also, the use of pay by phone, I anticipate would increase as people would be more apt to not use coin or bill paying bills. So I would anticipate that. So there's a fee associated with that through our passport. who collects the passport processing.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members? Liz? If there are no other questions, I'll take motions from people. Third, Councilor Dominguez.
Yeah, I entertain a motion to accept the Treasurer General Administration personnel of $252,468.65.
So Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the Treasurer General Admin personnel $255,468.65, seconded by Councilor Flynn. Seeing no further discussion on that one, I'll roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. On the matter of Treasurer General Administration personnel, amount of $255,468.65. All 5 councilors voting in the affirmative. The matter carries. And we have, I see a motion on the general administration expenses of $196,302. So moved by Councilor Flynn and seconded by Councilor Hapworth. On that one, I would call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the general administration expenses for Treasury of $196,302, all members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. And a motion on the department total of $451,770.65. So moved by Councilor Flynn, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. So I will call the roll on that. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the departmental total of $451,770.65, all members voting the affirmative, none the negative, the matter carries. I now ask you guys to all turn to page 8-85, which has the departmental total, and that is all the current bonds that are being paid. If you look at that, there's a few that are rolling off for fiscal year 21, as well as a few other ones that have come on. So, for instance, the Bates $860,000 has come off the books for the Bates School. $45,000 for a garage work, principal. And then we have other things that have gone on it. So, other bonds from other years that have gone on from other years CIP, but that's the basics of it. So if there are any questions about particular, bonds or CIPs from previous years, now's a good time to ask them. And
the monies that you see here, the $6.4 million, that's for the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
I also oversee the administration of the water and sewer debt, but you'll see that in the enterprise budget.
Yes, that comes through separately. Yeah. So that one is for, so treasurer, we have treasurer long-term, we have treasurer short-term, which will be once we flip the page. And then after that will be the assessments. So we have the school assessment and some more stuff. So we'll move on to that. So on the, if nobody has any other questions, I would entertain a motion on the treasurer departmental total for long-term, for debt service expenses in the amount of $6,442,406. Councilor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. Well, I just have to cross people off here. I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn,
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
myself, yes. On the Treasury, Treasurer long-term debt service expenses in the amount of $6,442,406. 5 counselors voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. I now turn to page 87, where we have our short-term debt expenses. And that covers the leases and bond anticipation notes. That's what that item interest on bands is. Direct lease payments on things that we are doing. Those all show up on other CIP issues and are all explained on the next page, 88. If anybody has any questions on that.
I just wanted to say on the interest on the bands, that will be the interest on the $9 million that the city recently banned, but also in November, if the city was to either ban again or to bond, we would have an interest payment, only interest payment in FY21. Principal and interest would then divert to FY22.
Thank you. Any questions on that? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion on the short-term debt interest expenses of $1,184,618. Counselor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Counselor Hapworth. On that, I'll call the roll. Counselor Dominguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth.
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi.
Yes.
Counselor Turrell, yes. On the treasurer short-term debt interest and expenses of $1,184,618. All 5 members voting in the affirmative, the matter carries. The next thing we cover is page 889. This is another statutory. This is our assessment for the Essex Tech and Vocational School. And that is in the amount this year of $2,367,453. Kathleen, if you want to say anything there.
Well, that is based on the city's enrollment effect as of October 1st, which was a little over 180 students. That assessment will not change according to the district, as if they anticipate a reduction in their state aid, the assessments would be part of that revenues. So they do not anticipate, if their state aid changes, they do not anticipate that this assessment would change.
Thank you. Any questions about that as the assessment? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion on the school assessments expenses for Essex Tech of $2,367,453. Counselor Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would I have to recuse myself from this? My kids went there, and I have a student going in next year.
I don't believe you would. It's a regular school that's paid for with taxpayer dollars.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make
Only
sure.
if you had a direct financial interest in it would be my my understanding on that. If you were an employee of that school.
I just wanted to ask because I have a student going there next year. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So, Councilor Dominguez, you need to unmute.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Councilor Dominguez makes the motion to approve the school assessment of $2,367,453, seconded by Counselor Hapworth. I will call the roll on that. Counselor Dominguez.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth.
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the school assessment of $2,367,453, all members voting the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. And now we go to state assessments. This is, as we have said many times on this stuff, this is what the state giveth on one hand, they taketh away on the other hand. These are assessments for our MBTA participation, money assessed to us, balance on school choice, our charter school assessment, and all the remaining. If you want to go into that a little bit, and we'll, Kelly, if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, but.
Well, these numbers, again, are based on the House numbers, so nothing has changed. I don't really have anything further to say unless the mayor or Laurie does.
Sorry, I'm losing my voice tonight. I basically we're providing numbers based on what are currently available right now, and we've made our best estimates where we could, but in other areas we had to go with numbers that we had, and we'll have to see how things progress from here. We're just waiting to know.
Any other questions from anybody on here? If there aren't any, again, these are just assessed by the state and based on what they expect. So I would entertain a motion on the state assessments expenses total of $9,049,302. Councillor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Councillor Hapworth. Being no further discussion, Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. On the Treasury State assessments of $9,049,302, all 5 members voting the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Let me just fill out my next sheet here. Okay. So first we have here, we have the personnel, contributory retirement for personnel. This is our, what we're spending on the pension side. Again, if you can elaborate on this slightly.
This number is based on the repayment, the schedule that is compiled of our actuarial study and our funding schedule. And I think to be funded by, Larry, if you could correct me, 2031 to be fully funded. So these numbers are based on that calculation.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see, they do continue to increase.
And when we do have budget surpluses, we try and feed extra money into that to make sure to make up that deficit a little bit faster for the long term. So
I don't recall that we've done that in the past.
Oh, usually when we get our free cash certified at the end of the year, we put some of that into pension, I know.
No, that goes to the OPEB, to fund our OPEB.
Yeah, the liabilities.
Liability, yes.
Yeah.
The
unfunded liability.
Yes.
This is what we're currently paying out.
This is what we're paying, yes, into the contributory retirement system, so that the system that can be funded, fully funded.
Yes.
By 2030, I think it's 2030 or 2031.
31, I think it was.
39.
Yeah. All right, any questions on the pensions? If there are no questions, I'll take a motion from anybody. Councilor Dominguez.
To accept.
Councilor Dominguez moves to accept the treasurer contributing retirement budget of $12,778,085, seconded by Councilor Hapworth. And seeing no further discussion, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi,
Yes.
myself, yes. On the treasurer contributory retirement of $12,778,085, 5 members voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. And now we move to our tiniest one of all this, which is the non-contribution retirement.
And the city has one survivor retiree that receives this benefit.
Yeah, this number is from, I don't remember all the details on how this came. This is from our old previous retirement system before the current system. And it's a little bit sad because it goes down every year, and it's because people are just passing away who've been in this system. But it's for life. So we're down to 1 at this point, and it's a little sad I don't mind this number. It's a little sad to see it keep going down. So that's the detail on this one. Unless there's any questions, I'd ask for a motion on the non-contribution personnel budget of $10,033.94. Councillor Dominguez moves to approve, presumably, seconded by Councillor Riccardi. So on that, I will call the roll. Councillor Dominguez.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the acceptance of treasurer non-contributory retirement of $10,034, 5 members voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. And then we go to our Medicare budget. That one, if you want to give a really quick overview there of where we are in Medicare.
This number is derived from the city's portion, the 1.5% of the employer's portion of Medicare. Based on our salaries, we have a few employees who are prior to 1986 that don't pay into Medicare, but that number is dwindling. So we have more employees that are paying into Medicare.
Thank you. Any other questions? So on this, we have on the Medicare personnel budget of $1,262,607. Do I see a motion on the floor for that? Councillor Dominguez moves to approve, seconded by Councillor Flynn. And I'll call the roll. Councillor Dominguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councillor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. On the treasurer Medicare budget of $1,262,407, all councillors voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. And our last item for the treasurer is our insurance premiums and deductibles. If you want to just quickly cover what those are for here. I mean, it's in the...
That number is comprised of insurance for property and casualty and for all professional liability insurance costs. It also consists of a 3% early payment, and they've extended that date to September 1st. It used to be July 1st, but August 1st. So we do take advantage of that 3% prepayment.
Okay.
They also, there are Meyer rewards credits, which Meyer has provided the city with like roughly 15,000 in rewards credits. They anticipate reviewing this on a continual basis, and we could receive additional credits in FY21. They did approve a little over $2 million in credits, of which the city will receive effective July 1st. So there will be additional credits they anticipate through the year, so that we could have an additional savings there.
Okay, any questions on this from any members? Seeing none, I see Councilor Flynn say nope. He's been here for a few of these budget cycles. All right, so I'd look for a motion on the department, on the insurance department, total of $292,384. Councilor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. So on that one, I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
And myself, yes. On the matter of the treasurer municipal insurance expenses of $292,384. All councilors voting in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Thank you, Kathleen. I'm glad you finally were able to get into the call, too.
Yes, thank you. Take care.
Right. And next we will go, since we're doing departmental, we'll do finance next. And then save the mayor for last, and she's kind of stuck with us all till the very end, no matter what. And so let's get Lori back into the call and go from there. So, Lori, you're back.
I am here. I've been here all along.
Turned into Tom for a little bit, but.
Yeah, except for Tom, that's right. Okay, so I just wanted to say that this has been an interesting period of time the last few months. The finance departments really came together. Everyone has been working diligently and hard to get things done and work under very difficult conditions. But we've managed, and everybody is happy to be back to work. So, although a lot of us were still here even during that time frame. So my budget really is one of the smaller budgets in the city. We didn't make too many changes this year. We have now, as many of you know, we were down a number of people during the course of the year. We've basically had a complete turnover, so everybody that is currently working in the office, in the finance department, has been here for anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. And everyone is learning and really up for the challenge. So that has been very rewarding. And our budget this year, we have included in our payroll numbers a reduction for the 14-hour furloughs. We reduced the stipends and the part-time employees. We had a number of seniors working for us in the office that helps to keep the payables and the vendor payments moving along and being filed properly. But because of COVID-19, we have cut that budget. We're not expecting the employees, the part-time employees, to be able to work in our department for a while. So we made that cut. As far as our regular budget, again, we don't have a lot in our budget. So if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Sure, let's see. Anybody have any questions for Lori right now? And it's been a tumultuous year, so. Come on, don't all start asking questions at once here. Yeah, I don't have any, but I've done this job 4 or 5 times at this point, so I kind of know how the whole thing works by now. Anybody else have anything? Councilor Dominguez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only observation is that on personnel salaries, I see on 2020, 224, and now in 2021, 331 is an increase. We know that you already mentioned that you're going to have some deduction on the furlough and stuff like that. What would be
Well, I can answer that question. We had advertised our positions that were open. There was one position that took about a year to fill. We initially weren't getting any responses. Then when we were getting responses, they were people that were very unqualified for the position. So we had to bump up the salaries in order to attract people that had the job skills that are required. So that is what you would see in those salary increases.
Yeah, and also in the year-to-date expenses on that, I would also, I'd also point out Nina retired, and it was a long time before we had a replacement for her. So the expenditures were well below what we had allocated since the position was vacant for a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. That clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with any questions or? No. If not, well, if there's no questions, then I would ask for a motion on that. So on finance personnel, a budget of $340,815.88. Do I have a motion on that? Councilor Flynn moves to approve.
Yeah, I do.
Seconded by Councilor Dominguez. So seeing no further discussion on that one, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the finance personnel budget of $340,815.88, all 5 councilors voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. I will then ask, I guess, for a motion on finance expenses in the amount of $52,145. Councilor Flynn moves to approve, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. Seeing no further discussion on that one, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hepworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. So on the finance expenses of $52,145, all members voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. For the departmental total of $392,960.88, the motion on the floor from Councilor Dominguez for approval, seconded by Councilor Hapworth. There we go. So I'll call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the departmental total for finance of $392,960.88, all 5 members voted the affirmative, none in the negative, matter carries. And with that, we now go back to the first tab. Thank you, Lori. We go back to our...
You all.
But unlike everybody else, she's not going away. And now we move on to the mayor's office. I've heard of her. She's just, I'm sure she's enjoying the most entertaining job in Salem right now, so.
It's not boring, that's for sure.
No, indeed. So if you want to walk us through the department this year?
Yeah, sure, happy to. I'll do this briefly. I know the hour is late and happy to answer any questions folks may have. You'll note the personnel budget obviously pays for staff in the office. I think many of you have interacted with Dominic, Jen, Laura, or Sarah. Sometimes Sarah was Ada, but it's the one position that was sometimes filled by different folks. In the number of constituent calls we get, I'm really fortunate to have, I think we are all really fortunate to have a great team fielding calls, addressing emails, tackling whatever comes through the mail, and people who now, with City Hall being open, are back coming into our offices. We are a busy city. We're a hot city. We get a lot of different engagement from folks in various forms, and it takes personnel to try and be responsive and address the needs that people have when they come to our office. You'll see a reduction in our personnel line costs of $6,300. That's to account for the furlough days. When we head to non-personnel, some of the items that you'll see listed, it's a fairly small number of items that we fund within non-personnel. One of the larger ones being the audit, the annual audit for both the city, the retirement board, and the Certified Annual Financial Report, the CAFRA, from the Government Finance Officers Association, come out of that accounting audit report. The contracted services consulting line pays for things like C-Click Fix, public input, a public engagement tool, OTA expenses. We've done Salem for All Ages. Some of the costs that we have related to those various sectors that might be happening within the city come out of that. The rest are somewhat self-explanatory. Printing and we've made reductions in all of our non-personnel accounts, or most of them. Printing and binding, office supplies, in-state meetings, dues and subscriptions, and then you'll see we had the COVID funding in here, and obviously we're not using the mayor's office for that account anymore. We'll be taking that directly from the COVID account that has been provided through federal and state funds. Overall, the non-personnel budget has been reduced $28,400. In total, the budget's down 6%, or for a total of $34,700. Overall, I'm happy to take any questions or answer any additional questions. I know, Councilor Dibble, I see you were on the meeting. I did send the council an email on your question with respect to single-family home tax bills and what the average has been. So hopefully that provides some useful information and guidance.
So one thing that I will just point out here for the benefit, of everybody in the department stuff, when you look at the personnel line item in this department, because we will run into this in a few places, and we've seen it in a couple. In Dominic's case, not calling you out, Dominic, but a little bit of Dominic's total pay comes from a different program area. He gets paid from a separate area for handling all the Building Salem informational work. And that's not accounted for in the mayor's department. That's accounted for separately out of CIP, CIP funding. So, and when we have a case like that, when you look in the employee information, there will be a box for each employee showing where that revenue funding is. So, Councilor Flynn, you have a question?
Yeah, I wonder, I was looking through about the in-state travel and meetings. I saw you went down to $2,000. Do you think this year it would be worth probably passing on any type of in-state travel and meetings just to save every little bit we can and continue that on next year?
Yeah, so we did reduce it to account for the fact that we think there'll be less travel. And this is in-state travel, not just for me, it's for anybody in the office. So we do have meetings we have to attend to. There's mileage to be paid out. And sometimes dues associated with that in-state travel. So that's why we made the reduction. We weren't anticipating reducing it further.
Do you think with the COVID and everything going on, that maybe we could pass up on some more of those to save a little bit of money just for this year?
Yeah, I think that's why we cut it for a third of its overall cost, Councilor, reflecting the fact that we're probably not going to be going out as much into things, but there are things that staff do need to go to. And so there is reimbursement for mileage and programs. We wanted to make sure that we could afford it.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Yep. Councilor Dominguez. And then Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Mayor, I know that I asked this question before, but I want to make sure that I be clear on the answer, because to me, I haven't had any response yet. It's based on the COVID aid that we seen through the news, through everywhere, that federal and state level will provide some aid to the city governments. Mm-hmm. Is any indication, any idea that funds already been announced, and you have any idea how much it's going to be?
Yes, we do have an allotment from the federal government. We don't have it here, but I should say a federal flow through of funds came to the state. for COVID-related expenses, and Salem's been assigned a number. 3.2. We got a visitor with Councilor Riccardi, or that's just her picture. Okay, sorry.
It's a video back in a moment.
I believe it's just over $3 million that Salem has been allotted to address COVID-related expenses. That's not money we have. That's sort of like a line item the state has said, I don't know, whatever formula they're using. And we can then request that it be drawn down for COVID-related costs. They are very clear that these dollars are not to be used to replace revenues, lost revenues, or to supplant expenses that you might have in a normal city budget. It's only for COVID-related costs. So, the school department, I should say, has just over $900,000 that came through the Federal CARES Act for schools, and that will be targeted exclusively for, reopening. It's all COVID-related. Again, same rules apply. Can't plow it into a budget to make up for lost revenues. And I think we really need to be careful about any time where we're taking a lot of one-time revenues and putting it into an ongoing cost that we're going to have. It's only going to create a bigger hurdle and challenge next fiscal year. And especially not knowing how quickly, we're going to see the economy recover, how quickly people are going to be getting back to work, and whether those revenue streams are going to change. Many economists and I think government officials feel like this is going to be a 2-year budget cycle impact to both cities and towns and states. And so we need to be mindful of the use of those any one-time revenues as we think about closing budget gaps.
Do you have any follow-up to that, Councillor? If not, I'll, yeah. All right, Councillor Riccardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, because I don't know much about the Auto Japan line item for 20,000. Is that related? I'm assuming that's not related to actual travel to Auto Japan, but I don't know if it's related to the exchange program that we have, and that's probably would be up in the air as to whether that would go on next year or not.
Yeah, so it's Ota. Otaku is our sister city that we've had for, over 20 years. I think it's 22 or 23 years. We certainly don't expect to have the summer exchange program with students as we normally would, but we still have a very active OTA club. And I mean, we see way more OTA delegation members coming here than we go there. We do have students that go, and we do have adult delegations that go, but I would say people don't go quite as often. So this helps fund our OTA club expenses when people are coming over. Deb Jackson is our OTA club liaison, so she gets a small stipend out of this as well, because there's work associated with planning trips, working with club officials to keep that bond strong. We just actually did a video for the OTA club members, the adults and the legislative delegation over in OTA. So we think it's a vital, cultural exchange. What is going to happen this year definitely remains to be seen if we're going to see as much travel back and forth. I'd expect that it would be less, but it is a healthy relationship. I will say that. Mostly by volunteers. So the OTA Club will buy gifts for kids when they, there's an exchange of, usually an exchange of a cultural gift. There's a going away party. There are events that we might have. And when there are adults that come over, there's a delegation that would work to, perhaps have a host dinner or a host meal, things like that. And so those dollars are funded through that line item.
So is that, just a follow-up question to that, so is that, I see that was what was voted last year. Were we going off of what was actually spent last year for what would be needed this year? Because I feel like a lot of those items, like welcoming gifts and ceremonies, if there's not, or dinners, if there's not travel between the two, I just don't see that being fully needed.
We still do pay out the stipend, and it may not be needed. You're right. We certainly could look at reducing that if you really thought that was necessary.
Well, what I'd interject and see where are we at from last year's, from this current fiscal year expenditures? So I know it's a summer event. It happens after the fiscal year starts normally.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the year to date on that. I can get it to you, Counselor. I mean, like I said, normally it's a for years, I would say we had a volunteer club that was trying to do it all, and it was really hard for them to fully fund the effort. There is an exchange program, whether people are coming or not, so could some portion of that be cut, perhaps. We feel like it's just such a healthy commitment to maintaining that relationship, and that's why we wanted to put it in place.
Yeah, and I'll say from my end, I am, given the overall reduction in the contracted services budget to 75,000 from 100,000, I'm comfortable with that as a line item within there. I don't know if that's, given the amount of reduction we've had in that overall budget already of $25,000 from the previous year. But that said, I'll see what the will is of the committee. If there's any other comments or motion from committee members on that, or any other discussion that they want to have. Not being a member of the committee, Councillor Dibble would like to comment.
I'd like to back the mayor up on these and fully support her on this program. I think it's probably 2 decades where it was all volunteer funded. And until Mayor Driscoll stepped in, I don't know, maybe Mayor about 3 or 4 years ago, I'm not sure how many years, and the city started contributing something in the way of funding to this phenomenal program. I've hosted 6 or 7 8th graders from OTA in my house when my children were younger, and 2 of my sons, at my expense, went to Tokyo and lived with 2 different families who had previously stayed at my house. It's a phenomenal program. I know that budget is tight, but we finally got funding. We asked for it for many, many years, long before Kim Driscoll was mayor. And Mayor, I thank you for stepping in and really helping. I think you actually hosted a student as well in your house.
Yeah, I've done it 3 times myself. It's really an incredible experience. You can't believe how close you get to these students, and they get to you within a 10-day period of time. I know when our students went over the last delegation, we were able to help offset the cost of their train pass, which are expensive. The OTA kids come over here. The city of OTA pays for every single student's, expenses here. It's the top student in each of their middle schools. So we've been trying to sort of do a little bit more to support the program, support the volunteers, and maintain, the healthy exchange that we have. They are very generous when they come here as adults. They're always, I think, really value the relationship we have as sister cities. So that was why we kept it in there. I think it's a relationship we want to continue to support, but it's definitely uncertain whether or not we're going to have the sort of travel we've seen in the past, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping the that people will be traveling again next summer, but
right. Nice.
Who knows?
If I could just put a plug in, Mr. Chair, for those counselors that have children, just a follow up, for those that have children, sign up and host one of these children. It's absolutely amazing. Now, 10 to 15 years later, my children still keep in touch with those 8th graders who are now long out of college in Tokyo.
So, any other questions or comments from members of the committee or other members who are still tuned in? If there are none, I would. If there aren't any other comments or questions, I'd ask for a member to make a motion. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A motion to accept mayor personnel of $420,500.57.
Okay, Councilor Dominguez moves to approve the mayor personnel budget of $420,500.57. Seconded by, looking for a hand, Councilor Hapworth. Seeing no further discussion, I will call the roll. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the question of the mayor personnel budget of $420,500.57, all 5 councilors vote in the affirmative. The matter carries. I would then ask for a motion on the mayor expenses budget of $146,550. Do I have a motion on that? Councilor Hapworth makes the motion to approve, seconded by Councilor Dominguez. Seeing no further discussion on that, Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
Myself, yes. On the mayor expenses budget of $146,550, 5 councilors voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. For the departmental total of $567,050.57, do I have a motion for approval? Councilor Dominguez moves to approve, seconded by, whose hand first? Councilor Hapworth. I will call the roll on that. Councilor Dominguez.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth.
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi.
Yes.
So yes. So on the mayor's expenses budget of of the departmental total of $567,050.57, 5 councilors voting, all in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. And that concludes our business for one day. You now guys get 3 days off, and then we'll be back on Monday. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question on the agenda tonight. It did say capital improvement plans. I don't know if that needs to be carried.
The way we normally have been dealing with the capital improvement plans over the last several years has been we discuss capital improvement plan items for each individual department when they come in. So that's why we were doing that with some of the departments that had capital plans, like IT, like parking and like traffic and parking. We discuss their individual capital items and have any comments and questions at that point. And then the capital improvement plan as a whole is a separate vote that we do later on. We don't vote them as a budget item for each individual department. We vote on them all at once.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So, Councilor Dibble, you have a question? Or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I leave, I just want to thank Councilor Flynn for his kind words at the beginning of tonight. It's been a tough 24 hours for my wife in particular. I want to thank the mayor for her kind words that she offered to me, and to the all my fellow councilors who reached out. This bullying, the rudeness, the lawlessness, and just being mean just needs to stop. It hit home way too close to my family. My wife is down in Braintree right now. I should be there with her. I was down there till pretty late last night. It's just amazing how this crazy guy just ripped a hole in its absolutely wonderful family. And so I just wanted to thank you all for your kind words and support.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. Please give my best to your wife for this. Just unimaginable.
Okay.
Awful.
So, Councilor Przewinski? Now we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Thank you.
I just waved to Steve just to also in support and condolences.
Awful.
Yeah, thank you. That's just inconceivably awful. Motion from a member of the committee? Councilor Dominguez.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilor Dominguez moves to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you on Monday.
Everyone, see you soon.
Yeah.